In a special way, I want to thank you, sir, for gracing this function, the NRA Victory Day. And I want to thank all the guests who joined you to celebrate with all Ugandans. I now declare this function ended. National anthems in reverse order.
Got a great business idea? Give it a domain name from GoDaddy. Every order comes with our effortless AI experience.
His Excellency will leave at leisure, followed by High Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and thereafter other guests accordingly. The Right Honorable Speaker,
Yes,
the Right Honorable Speaker, after Her Excellency the Vice President. I want to thank Vice Chairman of the NRM Party, together with the Right Honorable Parliament, for traversing the most country, like NRM and the flag bearer, and His Excellency the President. The Right Honorable Secretary General, the Honorable Secretary, by the grace of God, the minister in charge of the presidency, and director member of
It's time to protect the DJ Katono. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with us. Leaving will be in reverse order. After the dignitaries, after the Prime Minister, we shall follow the program, and the vehicles will be coming accordingly. There will be no scramble by the drivers. A driver will be called when the principal is about to depart. My name is Major General Felix Kulaije once again, and I've been Assistant Director of today's program. Congratulations and God bless Uganda.
Thank you so much for coming. Our guests. My name is Iris Muwanguzi, Special Presidential Assistant Director of
the Speaker of Parliament, Nrm Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja Musafiri, have been here to accompany the President as he presided over this year's anniversary celebration. It is a day where many reflect on what exactly has been achieved under the journey of 40 years, but of course we have received many attributes and celebration in as far as this day is concerned. Many speakers have also said it, that indeed the 40 years have witnessed a lot of achievements. We have seen an improvement in health. We have been able to see that, of course, the NRM government under the leadership of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, there have been a lot of achievements in education. The President in his speech has also promised that in the coming term of office, because we know he has already been voted by Ugandans to lead Uganda in the coming 5 years, and he has promised that indeed this term he is also going to focus on ensuring that Ugandans receive free education. Health will be the priority, where he wants to extend services in as far as health is concerned to many Ugandans, and of course he has promised that the economy will be a key main focus in as far as the NRM government is concerned. There have been a lot of promises and of course, as I said, reflection of where Uganda has come from and where it is today. And this is the benchmark of what the Uganda we need all of us to be tomorrow. So the 40 years is also not only about celebrating, but a reflection of where this country has come from and where it is today. And mainly, we are hoping that our leaders and the government, it is now incumbent to it to ensure that, of course, they can benchmark from how the journey has moved and, of course, try to at least guide on what Uganda will look like tomorrow. So this is why many celebrations, many people who are celebrating this day are in position to, of course, there's no doubt that the NRM government, NRA, has not been, the country has made many challenges, but of course we are very hopeful that indeed there are some mistakes which have been at least, but of course they are also recovering in as far as the leadership is concerned. The army has been the backbone and the foundation of the country we are celebrating today. We all recall there was nothing to celebrate in line with security, but under the leadership of NRM and Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, today we celebrate a disciplined government, a disciplined security forces. That is to say, security starting from the police. We have seen the army, which now everyone is proud of, because there the forefront. They have been aggressive in as far as protecting Uganda. And we all know that it begins from safety, it begins from security. That's where we have a country which we are all celebrating today. So we want to congratulate the Ugandans, we want to congratulate whoever has been in position to at least be part of this journey of 40 years rather. We have advanced, we are celebrating those achievements. Like I said, security is the backbone, is the ground, is the block which we are all celebrating today. And now we want to hand back to the broadcast house and of course to secure and make sure that we salute whoever has been in position to at least make one or two contributions under this journey where the Nrm government and the people of Uganda are celebrating the 49 years of steady progress, steady security. We are celebrating the 40 years of development, and we are going to pray that indeed let this be a continuation of what Uganda we want it to be today and tomorrow, and so that we can continue securing or celebrating the stability, the education, the security, the service, and the development which has been positioned to celebrate or to achieve. Back to the broadcast house at Nile Avenue. I'm Robert Onyango here at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds in Kampala.
This is day 1 of my husband doing Tai Chi workouts. This is day 21 of my husband doing Tai Chi workouts.
Make it a habit. 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. In 1 week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks, you look better. In 1 month, your wife won't believe your results. Here's a Tai Chi workout plan, made for men over 50. These beginner-friendly exercises take just 7 minutes a day. Tai Chi is the best medicine for men over 50, and it's a key to long-lasting health and vitality. It's more than a workout. It's a game changer for your life and longevity. Just open the app and follow along.
Shops in Uganda always on break, but Gigi never sleeps. I shop anytime. Why stress offline? Buy, sell, use. Gigi.
Good morning, Mzee. Thank you so much, Mzee, for giving us this time. We know that it's a very busy time, and today you still have more programs. This is my first time really moderating, so I need prayers. So here before you are a few of your young supporters, some who are not so young, like myself, and I see some friends over there. And also media houses to capture your interaction with us. Oh yes, I was saying, however, online in the field, there are many, many more of your supporters who would very much want another such interaction. There are so many people who would have wished to be here today, but because we kind of organized it quickly, we didn't manage to call as many as we would because you have a big following and a lot of support online. So, Mzee, my first, what I would want to ask you before you even welcome us is, would it be possible to have another such interaction with the young people and the online groups in the near future? So. I'm dying to
to defog their minds. Because there's a lot of fog in the world. So I don't mind defogging them, removing the fog.
Wonderful. So we can
anytime.
Yay. So to everybody who has been not very happy with me for not that we couldn't all fit here, let's all at least take comfort knowing that very soon, by God's grace, we will have another such, maybe on a bigger scale, interaction with the young people, because the questions are many and always seeking advice. Thank you for hosting us or allowing us to come here today, Mzee. So today we just have a few questions that we're going to ask. We have a number, but we'll all ask one, and if you still have time, we might come around to asking a second question. The first question will come from Christine Mawadri.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Your Excellency, it's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to interact with you. My name is Christine Mawadri. First of all, I must thank you for spearheading the opening up of the FM stations way back in 1994. At the time, I was a very young person, and I was there to experience you actually opening one of the FM stations and private TV stations, which was Sanyo FM. 30 years later, I'm here now. And currently, I work with NRG Radio, which is a youth-centric station. It's not a radio. It's actually an experience where we put all the three facets of the Gen Zs in one place in order to reach them and understand them. So my question to you today is, Your Excellency, the creative sector is broad, and yet most times it is only the musicians, content creators who are considered as a whole sector. However, skills like IT, fashion design, baristas, chefs, artisanal arts, and the like, basically innovators and creators around the service industry, and we're talking about the young men and young women who are happy to be waiters, valets, and all these create jobs, are also part of the creatives. We're also talking about those who want to go into holistic health, like the masseurs, those who are into herbal medicine, and the like. Can the government have a deliberate effort to support local innovation so that we don't import these skills? Because we actually have passionate people and innovators who can do these jobs. Can there be a ministry for just innovation and the creative sector, sir? That's my question. Thank you.
You said you must know where you are coming from. This land here is populated by us, the Bantus of the lakes, then our Nilotics, and some other groups from, like the Rugbara from Central Africa, then the Karamojong, Ateso. We are people of this area who had a lot of problems in the past with we had a period of peace between 900 and 1400 AD under the Bachwezi. But when the Bachwezi kingdom collapsed, these new small kingdoms came up: Bunyoro, Buganda, Ankole, Rwanda, and they were busy causing war among us for almost like 400 years, from 1400 until the British came and captured them like grasshoppers. Then when the British captured our area, although the governance of the kings was poor, but the population was very strong. We belong to very strong populations, mainly around the Myoga. This word which I brought to you, that word which I resurrected for you, means skills. The skills you are talking about. Some of them you are talking about them. Omoga. Omoga is one, Myoga is many. Now, before the Europeans came, everybody had Omoga. You had cattle keepers, you had cultivators, you had Abahesi, blacksmith, you had Abanogozi, the ones who use clay, you had Abawaizi. I'm using the Runyankwere, you can put your own local variation. Abawaizi, the woodworkers. You had Abatanaji, the ones who were making bows and arrows. You had even surgeons, Abajenji. That's what they are called in Runyankwere. Surgeons, Abajenji. You had Ababunji, the bone setters. All these were skills in the society. Now, when the Europeans captured our inefficient kings and us, they killed all these skills. And they brought a colonial economy, very narrow money economy. Or by the end of the colonial period, it was called the small economy of the 3 C's and the 3 T's. The 3 C's being copper, coffee, and cotton. And the 3 T's being tobacco, tea, and tourism. This was accounting for only, I think, 9% of the population. So you had that. In those days, we were calling it enclave economy, meaning a small island of modernity surrounded by a sea of backwardness. More than 90% of the people were living outside the money economy, where the original Myoga had been killed. Because the original Myoga had been killed by European imports. Instead of making the plates here, you are now importing them. The cups, the saucepans, the containers, the chairs, everything was being imported. So therefore, that's how they brought their own economy of the 3 C's and the 3 T's by the end of the colonial time. So we went on like that for the few years of independence until Idi Amin came. Now when Idi Amin came, he killed the small colonial economy of the 3 C's. Out of the 3 C's, only coffee kept on. Cotton collapsed, copper collapsed. The 3 T's, everything collapsed except tobacco. So, when Nrm comes in, this is what we find. So therefore, as I've been telling you, we've been systematic. Our phase 1 was minimum economic recovery. Bring back the small island of the 3 C's and 3 T's, if you can. Bring it back. This is phase 1. Phase 2, expand it. More coffee, more tea, more this and that and that. Number 3, phase 3, diversify. Bring more products into the money economy, which were regarded as, because in the colonial times, they would talk of cash crops and food crops. Bananas were not a cash crop, they were for just eating. And yet for them, they were exporting bananas from, they were making money out of bananas, but they were telling us money. Bananas are not for money, they are for just eating. Maize was for eating. Milk, near cattle people, you can imagine, they were saying milk was not a cash product. So the third phase of our recovery was to put into the money economy products which were previously regarded as just for food or for subsistence use. Even woodwork, even carpentry and all that. Now, phase 4 is value addition, add value to some of those products. And now phase 5, where we have now entered, is the knowledge economy, the automobiles and so on and so forth. So, when we were doing those minimum recovery efforts, we knew, for instance, even if you take sports, why have we only built Nambore as a national stadium and repaired Nachivubo, and recently we had to build Hoima under pressure because of AFCON? Is it because I'm a footballer myself? Is it because we didn't know that football was important or sports? No, we knew, but we had so many things to start with, which if you start with, will enable you to do other things. That minimum recovery I've told you, the 5 phases, and then you come to security, defense, keeping the country safe. So the money you have, we put quite a bit of it there. Then electricity. Then the roads. So that when you deal with those, then you can now add on. So we shall add on all those you are talking about. We are aware, as I have told you, even sports, we are not really concentrated on it. When you see these talents who are coming up, the runners in Kapchorwa, it's mainly because of peace. Peace and this education, UPE. Children come from the villages. They are not so much really supported, but they come up because of the other little progress in peace and the education, the school system, they come up. That's how we come to notice them. But we have not really gone out yet fully. The emphasis has been more on agriculture, manufacturing, those basics, so that we have the base, then from the base you can, because all those skills need food. You can't dance and do all those things you are doing, dance pakachini and all this one, when you don't have food. So we had to get you food first, then soap to wash, because there was even no soap. Then the basics. This is what we have been struggling. These are the 5. But now we have gone to phase 5 of the knowledge economy. So the more the economy expands and transforms, because we are doing 2 things, expansion, diversification, but also transformation into knowledge economy, for instance. The vehicles, I don't know whether they can, the Kira motors, all these computers, it will come, the time is coming for you people, the creative people, so that the country pays more attention to you because you have the basics. Uganda is very rich. We are not like other countries. Because if you look at the countries you like so much, like Japan, they are very limited. They don't have capacity for agriculture.
This is the quickest way to go from AI beginner to AI fluent in 2026. Watch this.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with micro-learning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, the real work. That's it, just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that really makes you unstoppable.
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website. From low-cost shared hosting to your own virtual server. Every plan comes with a 99.9% uptime guarantee along with a free domain name and award-winning support. No wonder we're the world's #1 web host. Unlock your online potential today with GoDaddy.
They don't even have raw materials for manufacturing. Everything they import. The only thing they have is the human resource, the brains of the people. To use the natural resources of the ones who are asleep, like the Africans, but the Africans are asleep. So if they are asleep, you who is awake, you use their natural resources to make products which the sleepers buy from you. So they're just clever people. Otherwise, you cannot compare Uganda with any of those countries, with Japan or South Korea or any of them. For us, we have got even Germany. The only countries which are like us would be like the United States, India, some few other countries who have everything like us. For us, we have got everything. Agriculture, minerals, forest products, the human resource. The only thing we lack, which you don't talk about, you, the Mawadris, you're always talking about all irrelevant things, is to understand the importance of the market. The market. When you have products, where do you sell them? It's amazing to find that you, the young people, you don't talk about the East African market and the African market. If you don't have that, how will you grow? How? Where will you sell your product? Talking about nothing, small things here, small. Very dangerous. When I was your age, I was talking about the market. We were talking about the East African Federation. For you are talking about, I don't know what you are talking about. Dancing and football. Yes, those are pleasure, but you must have the basics first. So we have not forgotten it is coming, to answer your question.
Thank you.
You are the ones who invited me. You are the one who invited me. When you do so at your own risk.
Your Excellency,
I
thank
can
you.
talk for ages once you give me opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mzee. I'm sure Christine had another question, but let's first give others a chance. So the next will be Osman Kawesa, billionaire. These are some of your supporters, one of your big supporters.
Thank you, my sister Natasha. Ochiba president ngenda koga mu Uganda kubanja ga message yange tuke wansi da ground ne bakuka bananga bali bano basobole okukitegeera. Pulezidenti abavubuka bangi mu Uganda abafuluma ebweru w'eggwanga naddala mu nsi z'Abawarabu. Owekitiibwa Pulezidenti osaze magezi ki abaana bo okusigala wano nga ne bw'omugamba ogenda abroad agamba ewaka wendi wammwe?
Abaana abo tebanawuliriza bulungi okuwabula kwaffe kubanga emirimu gisangibwa mu bubondo. Obubondo kigambo kya Luganda meaning sector. Obugaga n'emirimu bisangibwa mu bubondo buna. Akabondo k'okulima n'okulunda n'okuvuba mu ngeri ekola sente ate n'okozesa ekibalo. Nabalagako wano omusajja gwe bayita Nyakana badde mbalaga ku ntimbi zange bwe mba ndi mu nkungaana ez'olujjudde. Nyakana alina yekazi eka emu n'obutundu 3 by'ettaka, naye kati alundirawo ente z'omu kiyumba z'amata, n'alunda n'enkoko z'amagi, ate n'akolerako n'ebintu ebirala. Bw'otwala amagi gooka atunda tray z'amagi 120 buli lunaku. Buli lunaku omumagi gooka n'afiisawo 3,000 bw'ajjako zakozeseza. Kati 3,000 ze miliyoni 9 mu mwezi. Amagoba amaze okujjako ensaasaanyi. Kati ezo ze miliyoni 18 omwaka magoba. Kati amata atunda wadde akolera awafunda naye ajja mu liters 12 buli lunaku. N'ajjamu amagoba ndowooza 6,000 buli lunaku. Ze miliyoni 1.8 omwezi. Omwaka ze miliyoni 20 amagoba. Ate n'ebirala akola ekigimusa n'ebirala byayongerako. Byonna mu wiiki emu n'obutundu 3. Kati Uganda erina acres miliyoni 40 za agriculture. Ebi byonna tubimanyi kubanga muri Dubai gye mwenjereyo. Naye kati Nyakana akozesa abantu 15. Ebyo byakola bizadde emirimu y'abantu 15 wiiki emu bakozesa n'abasasula. Kati nakibalamu nti nebo batutute acres miliyoni 4 gonna, nebo ofunayo acres miliyoni 7 zokka ne bakola nga Nyakana bwe yakola. You are going to create ogenda kukola emirimu 15 million obukadde. Ekitegeeza nti ogenda kufuna emirimu egisinga n'abantu abali mu Uganda wano. N'abanoonyi b'obubundamu bagenda kufuna emirimu ate ne tusaka abakozi okuva ebweru. Naye kubanga ebiriwo ababikozesa batono. Waliwo keesi ya Basangwa mbadde njiraga ku TV wano. Basangwa ali Kamuli, namusangayo bwe nali mwaka 2007 bali barwanira wa LC5 chairperson bangi bona bagala kutingana. Ebo nagenda ne mbagamba nti nekora kitemukola birala. Nimbaga bino byembagamba. Twabagamba mu kalulu ka 96 twaba agriculture yoka ebirala bireke agriculture yoka bwoba olina ekazi enya tekamu eka emu y'emwanyi eka y'ebibala omuddo gw'ente z'amata z'omu kiyumba ebintu biringa nga 7 okoleko ebimu oba byonna mu ekazi enya olesi. Kati bwe nasanga bagala kutingana ku lwakalimu ka LC5 ne mbawabula bannange munoona budde mukole birala muve ku bwa chairperson bwa LC5 yanajjamu okulunda enkoko z'amagi. Kati buli lunaku afulumya tray z'amagi 25,000 buli lunaku. Aliwo ali Kamuli mugende mulabe buli lunaku tray z'amagi 25,000 buli lunaku ayingiza $2,000,000. Aliwo ali tali Dubai ali wano muyinza kuwaaba nemugenda America nemunoonya Basangwa kubanga mulidi nti ayingiza sente nyingi. Naye ali wano Kamuli buli lunaku ayingiza $2,000,000 ze $6,000,000 omwezi bwe buwumbi 7 mu obukadde 2,000 omwaka ali wali. Kati eyali anoonya akalimu ka LC5 kati akozesa abantu 3,000 yefunira omulimu ogugwe ate obugagga bwe buzaala emirimu 3,000 bakozesa. Mugende mbalaba bona bengamba. So emirimu giri wano gifattulo naye mwe you are disoriented. Abazungu babayingizamu obutalengera ensonga ebatwala gye mugenda.
I think what he's...
No, so that is now agriculture.
Okay.
If you now go to manufacturing, eyo mirimu naye weeri. Then services. Onozagamba, you can see border, abana bali border. That is now services. Then the ICT. So emirimu ejjudde potential eriwo naye timugiraba mugireka wano ne mugenda kukola emirimu y'obuddu mu Bawarabu. Okay.
Next question is from Dada Yenyini. I don't know if that's what, I don't know what your actual name is. Can you introduce yourself?
President, ekibuzo kyange kibuuza mu Uganda olw'ensonga kikwata ku baana ba ghetto. Ekibuzo kino njagala sooka na kwebaza nti weebale ekisanja kino tumalako wayamba ku baana ba ghetto n'obaterawo kye bayita ghetto structures. Ghetto structures zino zibayambye nnyo okuva mu mbeera gye baalimu ebyalumi nti bannabyabufuzi balina babakozesa okwekalakaasa nga babagulira enjaga n'okubawa buwalagi ne babagamba mugende mukume ebipiira ku makubo mwokye enguudo. Essaawa eno tekikyaliwo era ndowooza olaba emyaka 5 giweddeko teri mwana wa ghetto yeekalakaasa. Pulezidenti, ekibuuzo kyange ogenda kukuuma otya embeera eno oba okwongera otya abaana bano essente ez'okwekulaakulanya n'okubongera emisomo? Ekirala, waliwo ghettos okwetoolola Kampala mu cities endala ezitali Kampala, zo olina nteekateeka ki egenda ozituukamu? Neyanziza Pulezidenti.
Zonna tugenda kubanga eno PDM gye twatandika emyoga youth fund ensawo ezo zonna zaali za kugeza okulaba ekikola n'ekitakola. PDM egenda kukola bulungi ekyalinamu ebizibu bitonotono naye egenda kukola bulungi kubanga bananyini kintu bebagirimu abanaku wadde bakyabuzibwamu oluusi tebajja mu lukiiko olujjudde general meeting okulonda akakiiko ka saako akafuga saako oluusi tebajja niwajja batono nebeerondamu bokka. Naye ekyo mwena bwe mukyogerako nemugamba nti olukiiko lwa general meeting ya saako lulina okubeerawo nnaku bwezi 60 buli muntu yena n'amanya kigenda kukola kubanga eri emabega nali nsindika sente za NADS Operation Wealth Creation naye nziyisa mu bakozi ba gavumenti. Kati abakozi ba gavumenti abo nagenda kuwulira abantu eri wansi bagamba nti beegabira bokka ngamba nti oba beegabira bokka kati sente zino mwekoleko mu buli muntu yena omukulu mumuluka ayingire mu saako bw'aba yagadde w'emyaka 18 okudda waggulu. Kati abo be balonda akakiiko akanadukanya saako y'omuluka naye tebana kikola bulungi kikyabulabulamu, but they will learn. So n'abageto nabo tulina okubategeka mu bitundu byabwe kubanga bw'okwataganya ensawo n'ekitundu kikyanguko nga kati omuluka emiruka gimanyiddwa buli omu alina omuluka gy'ava. So it is easier to check than when it is vague. Kiri eyo district wala. So we are now going to organize the ghettos in a way which is easy to monitor. And we shall put money, like we have done for the PDM, we shall put different money for all those groups. Even the churches, we shall give them money in their dioceses. The ghettos, the ones of Jinja, Mbale, Mbarara, all of them we shall support them.
Thank you, Mzee.
Kubanga sente ezo amagoba gali wansi bwe tukoleza akakadde oluvannyuma y'omwaka okomyewo akakadde n'emitwalo 6 kati bogeraganya na money lenders babadde bakuwa akakadde oluvannyuma lw'omwaka n'okomyewo miliyoni nga 6 kumpi banyunyusi. N'olwekyo enkola egenda kukola naye mulina okwongerako okulonda ababaka abalumirwa ensonga zammwe kubanga bana abagezigezi oluusi bagezako kubanga sente zino nungi banakigwanyizi abamu bagala kuzitwala bazikozese bakole ebyabwe kati mmwe mulina okuzirwanako ate nemukolagana n'abakulembeze abalumirwa ebyammwe bemuba mulonda si bana bagenda kukola ebyabwe.
Thank you, Mzee. The next one is going to be asked by me, and I wanted us to show us a small little clip on the screen, so maybe you can organize that quickly. Precious?
What happens if my dad starts Tai Chi tomorrow?
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of September, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was made specifically for beginner men, 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better?
After 50, the gym breaks you. Tai Chi heals your body and make you lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body get younger.
So how to start?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
Isn't lag the worst? Well, with ExpressVPN, say goodbye to higher ping and lag spikes. Gaming with ExpressVPN is a no-brainer. There's ultra-fast VPN servers to handle fast-paced games, access to servers in 105 countries, so you can always find one close to the game server you're playing on, and you're covered on whatever device, whether that's your PC, your console, or your smartphone. Level up with ExpressVPN today.
amazina ganjye mbanyita kampura Evarist kurga kuma takadariye batawun kanso mahane village Kamenge district kabani nshoma kabana iko msiniya wana akasizi kabarabara mombazire habwensonga yobwo kunabe nashita mahawo bwire bucenda kwega funumugisha wo kugira ngende kusomera busha chenjojo kijiga skilling center ndayo nshoma amezi mukaga gasoma yo skill ibiri mindset change na welding and metal fabrication kuna benargayo ndiyaho mutawon no botachfitinga amaboko no izo yindikire mufunomu custom engineering during the construction of Katarieba Central Market. Kukora nabo saving of center waje kurampora
niwa yabo
custom engineering. The company is from Kololo. They constructed by constructing a Katari Central Market in Katarieba.
Okay.
Atukuna okusento buna savingire nagura mu mashini kumarantansira okurampora okurampora.
They wanted to switch to, can we do it quickly? Is it possible? Did you want to take off the... Then my question is, I was showing you that skilling clip to say that for me, while I was with you on the trail, I noticed that many of the young people kept saying that one of the things that they really picked up from the 6 months they went to the skilling hub, those regional skilling hubs, they would get a skill like, say, welding, like that boy, and then they talk about
those children in their local language say, mindset, mindset. They don't even finish the whole sentence. They say, nasoma, bulvario, nasoma, na okutunga, atene nasoma na mindset. They don't even finish the whole sentence. But what they mean, mindset change, which is taught by our UPDF officers who come there and show them that what I've been telling you, because that's what the other Kawes, was his called Kawes, the one who was saying that why do we go to the Arab countries to look for jobs when they are here? It is a mindset problem. Mindset meaning you don't have the spectacles to see what is available for you. And that's what they are talking about.
Okay. But what can we, how?
And that's what we were struggling with in the 1960s. That was part of the problem. And mindset, like for instance, when Nrm came from the bush, the 10 points program, point number 5 was talking of the building an economy which is independent, integrated, and self-sustaining. And it is that effort, which is not fully implemented, just partially, that has made Uganda to succeed. The other day, during the...
This phone, 700K. He paid 700K. Offline, everyone knows my business. On Gigi, only me.
Why stress offline? Buy, sell, use. Gigi.
What's that? What? Somebody even gets PhD. But what will you do? What if the office are not there? What will you do? So you can find the education system had been derailed really to, it is as if it was deliberate to make Africa import dependent. Import everything, import everything, import everything. Even food. So the syllabus, the new syllabus, the new curriculum, which we worked out, is attempting to send back people to skills. Yes, me, I'm a man of literature. I can quote for you Shakespeare, what Shakespeare said, how he was standing, he was looking this way, and he said this. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Museveni. It shows that you can remember things. But what are you going to eat? But I have my moga, I am a cattle keeper. Literature is just for interest. So that one is the one which will reorient us, which are reoriented us, and that's how we manage it, and then others can also join us.
Thank you, Mzee.
To have a society of skills. of skills.
Of skills and of a self-sufficient thinking, maybe.
Yes.
Our next question is from Isaac Katende, popularly known as. Is that you, right? Yes, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hello? Yes. Thank you, Natasha. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Good morning, His Excellency.
Morning, Katende.
How are you doing, sir?
Very well.
I can see. Things seem to be going well for you. Now, just a minute, Madam Natasha, I just want to borrow just 2 minutes before I ask my question. I hope the camera is getting me well. Okay, so we are live on Kasuku Live, and I want to tell all my followers out there that welcome to the presidential edition of Kasuku Live. We came and finally we get to ask the big man our questions. So before I go any further, I would want to first shout out to my people out there. My Jaja is watching alongside my son and my wife. Mwenamba tumiddeko banaye gye muli eyo mugamba mutya. Zubeda wangambi omukulu we mutuukako nkwogereko. Ogamba otya, Shalom, Frank Ntambi, nammwe mwenna abali eyo. Kansuubire nti muli bulungi. So the question I have is about digital media, Your Excellency. Today I don't want to brag, but I'm one of the biggest YouTubers in this country. In real time here, we had over 10,000 people before we went off that we are watching on Kasuku Live. So that means it is something very big. For the youth, we are making money off these platforms. Like you can see, Natasha is here with her phone and a stand. And today you're talking to over 2 million, 3 million, 5 million Ugandans with all of us combined. But we have not yet seen government involvement in supporting us. We are not talking of supporting us in terms of giving us money because we are making the money. Of course, courtesy of the environment the government has placed for us to be able to work. But we are seeing issues like the cost of internet is high. We are seeing platforms like YouTube being shut down. A very good example I'll give you. Today we have people on TikTok, like all of these. If you ask these people where they were 3 years ago, they were putting on suits, going to offices to ask for jobs. Today they will tell you they are able to make 3 million shillings a month and they feed their families. So we are trying to find out how do we get the government to support the digital space? How do we get government to enhance, to understand from the things you've been explaining to us, farming and all of this, the digital space brings us closer. It connects us, the farmers, the manufacturers, but we are not seeing government coming up to tell us or even to understand what the digital space is. Of course, people talk about digital this, digital that, but we have not yet seen someone who has come up to grasp it. Where Natasha is trying, you can see, she's putting up these engagements for us, to come and talk to you. But we want the technocrats, we want you to understand that even if we are not farming, but we can use this digital space because it has so many apps like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat. People are selling items there, people are creating content on there, and they are making money, they are very okay. However, what we have received now, we see government coming up, shutting down Facebook. Some government officials are telling us we shall lock down TikTok, you know, all those things. And then we are wondering, if this is trying to solve the issue of unemployment, how come nobody is trying to come closer to us to understand how this works and to see how they can help us? I
can see that Katende lives in Jerusalem, but doesn't know what is happening there. I was the first follower of that capacity of the digital. Because previously we were depending on satellite. People who were communicating by radio, by digital, electronic, we are doing so through satellite. The physics of that is line of sight. That's the physics of satellite. It's like I see with my eye, then enhanced. But it was very expensive. I don't have the details here. There was so many dollars per megabyte or so. There's something there, the way they calculate it. Is it megabyte or what? The cost per what? It was a lot of money. So Katende didn't know that I'm the one who worked very hard to bring the backbone, the underground network. What do you call it?
Fiber.
The internet. Yes, I am the one. I'm here. There was a problem which I was following very closely. Of course, Katene didn't know because he was comfortable in his house. But me, I was not sleeping because the undersea cable from Asia was passing through the port near, through Eden. It was passing through Eden to the Red Sea and going to Europe. And then another undersea cable was passing from Cape Town, Atlantic. So there was a gap between Eden and South Africa, which we worked with so many people. There's now undersea cable to Mombasa, to Dar es Salaam, and then underground cable from there to here now, from Mombasa and from Dar es Salaam. That's how the cost came down. The cost, you can get the figures how it came down from so much by satellite to so much now. It is much now. There was a tax there. We had put a tax. I don't remember. I think that's what you should discuss. If the technology now is there because the underground cable is there, and it is being sent to all parts of the country. You can check. I think even Arua now may already be having the underground cable. That's the infrastructure which is crucial. Now, if there are any other little issues like tax or what, that can be looked at. But the infrastructure, we foresaw that and we put it there. Now, there were attempts by the telephone companies to monopolize, but we said no. Electricity, the railway, and the internet backbone, they call it internet backbone, must be owned by the government, so that we are not there to make profit. We are there to facilitate business, as we are saying. Now, closing Facebook, yes, we closed it. I closed it, Facebook. Nilifunga. Because they were idiots. They thought they could insult us, play around with us, and we would not close them. We closed them. And I waited for the cows not to go to graze. The cows are going to graze. Fishermen are fishing. Uganda is continuing. We closed it like 5 years ago, forgot about it. So we want to put discipline among them. There's no other issue. Otherwise, if they behave well, fairly, we shall open them up. We have no problem. The only thing there would have to be tax. Why the cost? I will check. Why the cost is not even lower? Does anybody here know? Wanyama, would you know? We shall find out and let you know why it is not even lower. Now, recently, I have been in talk with Elon Musk. He has been telling me that his satellite, it's called Starlink, that when I allow him to come here, although it is satellite, because satellite was expensive, that's why we migrated from satellite to underground cable. But Elon Musk has been telling me that no, satellite is now cheaper. They call it last, what? When they got the last person.
Last mile.
Huh?
Last mile.
Last mile. There's also something about, they say there about the person, the customer. Direct to the customer. So we are studying that. We shall, if it is true, we shall allow Elon Musk to bring his satellites here. If they can make that digital connection cheaper than the underground, then we shall. I became aware of this long before Katende was born. When were you born? When were you born?
I was born 6 years after you came.
That time,
no, 4 years.
4 years?
Yes.
1990?
Yes.
Yeah, because when I visited China, 89, that's when I negotiated with what was the company? The one which did the internet? Huawei. That's when I negotiated with Huawei. So we are aware of all of that.
Let's first get some others and then we can come back. Okay? Thank you so much. Kasuku is a big internet personality. Mzee, I'm saying Katende is a big internet. These are big internet personalities. All of them you see here. Mm-hmm. They have very interesting.
I'm very lucky to be.
Yes, indeed.
In the presence of such reasons. Even today, you have spoken about it. But many of these young people, not only the ones in the room, but even the ones out there, do not make the link between regional integration, the production that has increased with Ugandans coming into the money economy, and the opportunities, direct and indirect, that they can receive. So we'd be happy for you to give them a detailed message around those opportunities. Thank you, Excellency.
This is where the Africans, the Banyankore don't buy from me. Why? Because the Banyankore also have their own milk, their own beef. They don't buy from me. The ones who buy from me are the people of Kampala. So that's why me, I am a lover of Uganda. Because Uganda is the one which is crucial for my prosperity. You can see my cows there. And that's why the Federation of East Africa. Because, as we speak today, the Americans are on the moon. The Chinese are on the moon. The Russians are on the moon. The Indians have gone to the moon. You fellows, you are here. We are here on Earth, here. The Europeans are looking at us from space like here. They are seeing us, we don't see them. This is very dangerous. And you have all these attendants, all these fellows, influencers. What are you influencing? Why don't you say, you people, you are in danger? People are on the moon, we are here. They are seeing us, we don't see them. But can Uganda and the Americans, they have been saying so openly, they say for them, they want to be superior in land forces, superior on land, superior at sea, the Navy, superior in Air Force, superior in space. Where does that leave Africa? Africans are here, dance Pakachina, dance Pakachina. Yes, you dance if you want, but please, look at your future. Where is your future? How will you be safe? How will you be safe in the world? Huh? So that's why you can bring my tablet. Can you bring my picture? Nikuli. I'm lucky to see this Genzi Vanange. Let me see me Vanange. Let me find Change. Bring my picture. Vanang Katonda Jari. Abakuru bano bona bali wano ngana kufuna mukisambalage tetubadeko. So that's why we was talking of the East African. For economic prosperity, it must be economic integration in East Africa and the whole of Africa, a common market of Africa. We need a common market of Africa. We have started, and we have got what we call CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area, so that we can trade. The market is there. I think when you have Africa, the Chinese are 1.5 billion inside China. But you find the Chinese dying for more markets. But now, China, somebody with 1.4 billion people is still hungry for more market. You, of a smaller number, you are not even bothered. Dance Bakachini, dance Bakachini. Are you not an endangered species? Why don't you see that? Why would the China get worried? Yet he has already got 1.4 billion people inside Mugurako. You are not bothered, you are just here. So, that is for economic prosperity. But there is a strategic security. Because with the economic integration of East Africa, of the common market of Africa, we shall deal with the economy. Businessmen will have a market where to sell, and they will invest more. And if they invest more, they will create jobs, the jobs we are talking about. Because if I'm a businessman, I sell more, I expand, I create more jobs. But that one does not address the issue of army. because the common market doesn't involve army. Defense. We need an African political unit that can guarantee the defense of the black race. That's why we have been talking for the last 60 years of the East African Federation. East Africa would have the capacity to go to the moon and check on what those fellows are doing there. The moon is a common property. Mukora chiwano kumwezi. Na Africa tuli wano tuli dance mpaka chini. People are on the moon, they are looking at us like these insects which eat sugar. The insects, warwe biuka ebiria sukari. Ebinyomo. Tuli wano ng'ebinyomo batulengera bulengezi. Wenza kuleta dunu n'ofuuyira lufu. So this is very dangerous. You can continue, Natasha. They bring my.
Okay. Our next question will be, thank you for your responses, Mzee, always very enlightening, always. I pray that they stick with us. The next question is from Hassan Chikomeko.
I want to first wish a happy new year. Your
Happy New Year to Hassan who?
Chikomeko. Hassan Chikomeko, Kana Kambata. I work with Fly Express, led by Chairman Peter Kagwa, and I'm your neighbor in Entebbe.
Okay.
I've been the youth chairperson of Entebbe municipality.
Okay.
Allow me Mzee, mfukamire nkwebaze kuba oli jjajja. Thank you for the peace. I'm one of the youth who appreciate what we have in Uganda. Webale nnyo nsaba Mukama akutukuumire nti akaseera ne we kaliba katuuse ng'ovuddeko olisigala okyawabula Uganda in terms of security and peace. Tulya, tunywa, tutambula byonna tubikola. Thank you very much. I want also to thank Madam Masera. If it wasn't her, I wouldn't have been here, for recognizing me. My question is, Your Excellency, having led Uganda for decades and having witnessed different generations, as Uganda prepares the next generation of leadership, what structures are you putting in place to ensure young Ugandans transition from dependency to productivity, especially in employment, skills development, and access to capital? Thank you, Your Excellency.
No, it is what we have already talked about. For the capital, we have all these funds which we started, PDM, all those funds, they are there. For the beginners, for the richer ones, there is UDB. We have put quite a lot of money in UDB. And we're going to keep adding on. Now, for the market, that's what we anticipated. That's why we negotiated with East Africa to have a common market. For infrastructure, you see what we have been doing. Electricity, the roads, now the railway. But now also to mindset change. That's why we are talking of the new syllabus in the schools, the skilling hubs, like you saw those young people there talking. So we are working on every side, software and hardware both. We are working on both for you to succeed. Software including attitude.
Thank you, Mzee. Thank you. Next question is from Marcela Kareche.
Mzee, you've already touched on Pan-Africanism, citing strategic security as a major reason. And you kind of preempted this question, but please repeat your wisdom. What lessons can we learn from America's actions in Venezuela, for example, recently?
Well, the one thing you can learn is that Venezuela, I don't know what they are fighting for. I'm still watching, studying it, because the Americans are saying that this was the Uganda August of June 1963. I remember I was at Ntare in the school. They hung this paper on the notes board. And I was so happy because we had Kenyatta, Obote, Mwalimu saying now they are going to cause East Africa to build East African Federation that year, 1963. Wadri, come and take it and take it around. Wadri, come. Muleke. Mawadri. Okay, now you take it around. Go from here, this side. You keep it. It's your gift. So, I don't know what they are quarreling about. The Americans are saying that some of the Latin Americans are sending drugs to the U.S. But whatever the case, we shall find out. We shall learn more. But whatever the case is, you can see the gaps, which I'm telling you about. Because the Americans are operating from 4 dimensions. They're operating from sea, they're in the sea. The Latin Americans are not there. They don't have a navy. Then they can come with air force, and then space. They're in space. Now they are trying to come on land, which of course is very risky also for the Americans. There you come near, because even me, who has got a short range, I can harm you. But there you are at an advantage. You are seeing me in space, I'm not seeing you. You are in the ocean, I'm not there, I'm here. So this is what we are talking about, that the Africans, because of that was our target in 1963. And Marimu was going to move, but Kenyatta and Obote decided to remain big fishes in smaller ponds. Some people like that. When you're a big fish in a smaller pond, you feel very, very big. But when the trouble comes, you may not survive. So, the issue of the strategic security of Africa is very crucial. East African Federation, I'm glad the East African leaders have never given up. Even when we were last in Arusha, they appointed me as an advocate for the Federation, so that we are able to unite our land space, unite our sea space, have more resources to be able to build capacity in the 4 dimensions: on land, at sea, in the air, and in the space. Go to space. We must go to space. We can't remain here when other people are in space and we think we are clever. Dancing and watching European football clubs. Very, very risky for you people. So you should wake up and wake up the young. Yes, the young generation should have pleasure, but also they must have security, a secure future. And they have all the potential, because like East Africa is very strong. Because we can use Swahili. They are the same groups. You have Kenyans like Nyangwe, so that Nyangwe is a Kenyan, is here. All those Sanyas are from Kenya. Then we have Congolese, also here, Banyarwanda, they are all. So East Africa is a very powerful unit for the black race. Yes, you can have smaller countries in the world, like in Denmark, but they all have a center of gravity. When they're in trouble, there's a big boy like the US to defend them. Now the African race have no center of gravity. And you are here just dancing in Pakachini, dancing in Pakachini. Very risky very risky. I was young like you. I would also dance, swing girls like this. But I would also remember to fight. Fight, study, fight, work, and to dance once in a while. But the problem is that you are now dancing all the time. Thank you very much.
Our next question is from Sean Ibrahim.
A jazz with Jaja. Thank you, Mr. President, for the peace. I want to thank you in two dimensions. Being a very good peacemaker, you've made Uganda ekifo buli omu kyasobola okuba nga yeeyagaliramu ng'akola emirimu. Nange nasobola ofuna omwoga ogwa TikTok kwenkolera emirimu nga promoting Uganda positively. And another thing, I want to thank you for being a good father. Look at Natasha, Precious Kamwine, my cousin. If it wasn't him, I wouldn't have been here. It is such a very big recognition for us who is fight for the government online. My question is, what motivates you to be the person you are? We've seen you on several occasions, you're doing the press-ups. Even recently, yesterday, I saw you standing in the rain without moving. Like, what motivates you to do all that at that age? And another thing, Mr. President, I'm 30 years, but I always pray for you. I no longer pray for myself. I pray for you. You live longer and longer. At least on my age, at least they subtract some age to give to you so that you can keep this country intact. Because at least maybe my purpose will not be very much, but your presence, over 40 million people are relying on you. They are there dancing, they are there fishing, farming, and all those things. My question is, what motivates you to be the person you are? My name is Sean Ibrahim.
Now, what motivates me is because I love myself. I love myself as a person of the Cow clan, Owente, as a Munyankore Mhororo, as a Ugandan, as an African. I'm very, 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 I love you people. Now I have children. All of you are my children and grandchildren. And we could see from the 60s when we started following, we could see that if we didn't do this or that, we could be in danger. Could be in danger. The world is not kind. If you are weak, you can disappear. And I don't want my race, my African people to disappear or to become slaves. Because when you hear America, the people whom you call Americans now are Europeans who went and took the land of the Indians. Because the Indians were stupid, they were not organized. And the Europeans had already tried to take our land. Those who came to South Africa, they are taking the land. In South Africa, in Zimbabwe, even here in Kenya, in the 1950s, we were learning of something they were calling the White Highlands. part of Kenya was regarded as white highlands. That's what they were teaching us. But what happened at that time, there were changes in the world which favored us. By 1900, the whole of Africa had been colonized. Our stupid chiefs had failed to defend us because they were fighting among themselves. So the whole of Africa had been colonized. But what happened was that in 1912, the Africans in South Africa formed the first resistance movement, the ANC. They formed modern people now. Actually, it started in the US, the black people there. Some of them started Pan-Africanism. There was a man called Marcus Garvey, another one called something else, I've forgotten their name, W.B. Du Bois. They started talking about African freedom, African freedom. When the whole of Africa had been colonized, except for Ethiopia. So in 1912, the Africans formed the ANC to resist. Then in 1917, we had good luck. Russia was taken over by communists. These are where people who had a different idea. They didn't agree with imperialism. The communists, they took over Russia. So they started working with our anti-colonial fighters. And then also, African witchcraft worked. Because the Europeans, because of their greed, started fighting among themselves. The First World War. Our African magic worked. They started fighting among themselves. The Germans and the British and all that group. And they mobilized our grandparents to go and fight for them. So our grandparents went and saw, oh, okay, this is how you fight with modern arms. So by the time they ended this First World War, their quarrels didn't end. Then they started the Second World War. That was even worse for them. By that time, they were so weak that countries like India had to get independence. Because they were not only colonizing us, they were colonizing also Asia. Asia, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, all those were colonies. So by the end of the Second World War, they were so weak, they couldn't keep India, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Africa was also on the way. Now, then 1949, China was taken over by communists. So the anti-imperialist bloc was very, very big and powerful. That's how they had to give up, give independence. But otherwise, really what they wanted was to do like what happened in America, where the indigenous people either disappear completely or survive as second class. So that's why this is what I cannot accept. You can see these wonderful people, my children, my grandchildren, you people. I want you to be free people. So I can't compromise on that. And because of that, we started fighting with our own fools here, who are wasting our time. I mean, what? Toka. You don't know what you are doing, and that he wants to be our president, Idi Amin. but you don't know what you're doing. And we are in a war with serious people. Then you come here as a joker to waste our time. Get out. Talk. So, that's really the motivation. Freedom for the black race. Freedom for the black race. Insurance. Freedom and insurance of freedom for the black race. Now, about stamina and so on, this is partly also because of, I think I was lucky because my family, because the African people are very strong. The problem are the kings, the ones who are really wasting our time. The rulers are the ones who waste our time. But otherwise, Africans are very strong, especially in this area here. You can read what Stanley wrote. Those are explorers who came here, Huntington Speak, Stanley, they wrote, said, these Africans, these fellows are advanced. Who are advanced? Agriculture, bananas, cows. The problem were just our rulers who were always fighting one another, full of themselves, king, what. Then they divide us. But otherwise, the communities are very strong. Now, the luck I had was that my family never got involved so much in the colonial system, was never involved in the colonial system. My great-grandfather was alive. When the Europeans came, he died, I think, around 1915. He never joined the church. He kept with his cows. He didn't join the colonial system. He didn't join the church. He died in 1915. Then my grandfathers were there. They were rich traditional people. They never went into the churches. They never joined the colonial system. They remained with the cows. They died, I think the last died around 1943 there. It was Kaguta who was the first person to go into the church. And by that time I was there myself also. So I went with him as a junior member. And we joined the church in 1947. But even when we joined, we remained traditional. See, traditional people are very strong. They are not very strong. Stamina, looking after cows, what. So things you find, even when I was joined the army, what they were doing in the army was much weaker than my lifestyle. As cattle keeper, you are very, very tough. So it's just luck. Because I think if I had joined the chapat eating and all that, it may have been different. But I'm an original Minyankore who knows English and has studied the world. This is the advantage you get about the stamina. My uncles have just died. They were all, so one of them died at 104 years. Another, Kaguta died when he was 97. But for most of the time, he was looking after the cows. Even in the 90s, he would go and these children were seeing him. He was looking after the cows. So it is that tradition. If you can imagine the Karamojong, if he doesn't become disoriented, he is a very strong person. That lifestyle there is gives you stamina. So the culture I had a discussion with the Nabagereka, and she was trying to talk about the culture. I said, yes, we can audit it. We can audit the culture and see some of the practices which are out of date and remove them, but keep the others which are very strong. So I think it is that combination, the motivation to make sure that you don't become slaves, we don't become slaves, And then secondly, the stamina is from the historical accident of a traditional man arriving in the city. Because they had never seen traditional people. They had people who had become like westernized. I'm not westernized. I'm an original Mnyankore who just arrived in the from when I came to Mbarara, 1959 for junior secondary. That was my first time to go from the village to the town and see rice, what, all this. And for us, we didn't like those things. Rice, we were giving it a bad name. Our things. Even now I eat my mhogo. I don't eat rice. So that is the...
And for us, the chapati eaters, what is our hope? But
remember that millet is there. You can come back to millet, you can come back. Because me, I eat millet. They know. I eat millet, I eat muhogo. I eat our food. I don't eat European foods.
And you inspire all of us. We're almost coming to the end, and if you do give us time, if you do have time, we can ask. I can ask like 3 more people to just add on. But for now, we have just 4 questions left. One from Mr. Nyangweso, one from Musa Sekamanya, one from the head of the PPU, Sanda Walusimbi, and I wanted to ask something about the PDM if we have time, but let's first hear from Mr. Nyangweso.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year, Your Excellency. My name is Timothy Nyangweso. I work with UBC. My question is something you've hinted on, education and human resource of the country. I was reading the Uganda Education Statistics Abstract Report of 2010. It shows the numbers grew to 8 million plus who are enrolled in primary school. Secondary school, it goes to 1.1 million. Then tertiary, it goes to 174,000 people. The question that I'm asking, Your Excellency, you have solved the quantity problem, number of children getting to school. The biggest question now is on quality. What do you envision as quality human resource over Uganda?
Even the quantity is not fully solved, because as you say, there are 8 million in the primary school, which is 7 years. Yes. Then you go to the secondary school, you find only 1 million. What has happened to the 7 million? And the secondary school system is 6 years, almost up to A level. So that means there's a big number of school dropouts. So even that one is not fully addressed, because the local elite, because of their not seeing far, have not implemented UPE properly. They still bring back charges which chase children from the school. That's how you have the difference between the 8 million plus versus the 1 million. That means in the government schools, I would like to get completely free education. Like I'm giving in the skilling hubs, the one they were showing you here. Children study free. Now on the issue of the quality, the quality, some elements of it are good. For instance, science education, in medicine, engineering, in sciences, is good. It's good. You get very good scientists. But the problem was in the big numbers of social sciences. Because of the culture of administration, people wanted to be administrators, to be office workers. But that one we are addressing in the new curriculum by really going to the myoga, to the skills in the educational system. So it will be handled. Some of the quality is good because of the intellectual side, science, intellectuality is very good, some of it. But globally, the emphasis on social sciences created a lot of people who are not fitted for the job market, for the economy. That's how we get all these unemployed graduates. Children who have finished university but cannot get jobs. So we are handling both. We shall handle both the quantitative, which is not fully implemented, and also the qualitative, by emphasizing skills. Skills. You can be a social scientist, but do farming. That's a skill. Do farming, do something which is needed in the job market.
I introduced Nyangweso, and then I think I have Musa.
Webale nnyo Natasha. Mzee bampita Shafik Mukulu, Chairman Ghetto is Yellow.
Okay.
Bampita Shafik Mukulu, Chairman Ghetto is Yellow. Mzee nze ngenda kwogera ku bintu bya ghetto. Ngoberedde nnyo campaign zo ziwe zogera nnyo ku PDM. Naye ku PDM wetuba twogetu olimu kujja Kampala mu campaign. Kampala ejjudde abapangisa. Tuli bapangisa waliwo abaana bakulidde ku street. PDM eri all about agriculture. Agriculture eyetaaga ettaka, eyetaaga space. Otegekedde ki abaana b'e Kampala nga ffe abaghetto?
Ab'e Kampala nabategekera dda bw'ogenda waliwo eri munda oyise Kasangati waliwo abantu ba workshops benatandika nabo. What do they call those villages beyond after Kasangati?
Gayaza.
Migera. You what? I've got a lot of groups which have supported. The groups nyingi zempagide is workshops. Like here there was a group here in Serbia of furniture. Nabawagira. I supported groups in Nigeria. Nigeria. There's a girl there called Chiwewesi. You can go and check on her. We supported their group. So we can support artisanship in the town. Artisanship, services of welders, border borders. Border borders is urban. Border borders, You can see them there. Chigo. Let me come back. Just 1 minute. You can see them there.
Hello. In the meantime, we can continue with our introductions. I think we had started, we'll stop that side. So, introductions. Quick introductions before music.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year. My name is Emmanuel Rumala Dombo, Director of Information at the Nrm Secretariat.
Yes, all right. Happy New Year. God is good. Twebaza nnyo Katonda olwa kino kyatutuusizaako. Amanya gange nze Jennifer Fulfiga, ndi President's Advisor, Sister wa Natasha. My sister, I want a new photo with you. Ntandike nakyo guno omwaka. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Arinda, aka Madam CEO, Madam Coffee. I'm a Muzukulu.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Robert Sharp Mugabe. I work with Government Citizen Interaction Center as the Deputy Director. Mugamba mutya basebo ne banyabo amanya Bukenya Media oba Bukenya Nelson oba Bukenya Media. Basebo ne banyabo muje baliko amanya gange bamutona Muhwana CEO PL on TV.
Basebo muje baliko ne banyabo muje baliko amanya gange nze Nachanzi Sumaya aka Maya nga ku social media nkozesa Nrm Warrior. Thank you.
Balamusisa basebo ne banyabo amanya nze Zakia Lucky nkola ne UBC everything to do with tourism era nkola ne Miss Tourism Uganda and a stylist at Zack Styles.
Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Babia. I'm a news anchor with UBC Television.
Happy New Year. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Steve Washington. I come from 100.2 Galaxy FM Zina and Galaxy TV Concord.
Good afternoon. Miriam Sky Soldier representing to the world. I'm the CEO Sky Soldier Media everywhere you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Jisui David, Good Times Media.
Good afternoon. My name is
Vincent, CEO, Innomite Media.
Good afternoon, Happy New Year. My name is Rachel Namsoke, CEO, Lumpe Media UG.
We will continue later. Mzee is coming back. Thank you.
So we are very, very cautious. Tukimanyi nti omutawuni ebitundu ebimu ebya tawuni muyinza kukola gye tuyita peri-urban agriculture ebiri bbalibbali eyo nga Kazo, Nansana, muyinza kulunda enkoko, emanju, naye mu tawuni wakati waliwo ebyobugagga ebikwatagana bulungi ne tawuni. Artisanship, carpentry, metalwork, shoemaking, knitting and weaving. We have been skilling many youth in Kampala here. She has been skilled. What is the yoga? They are there. They were showing some here. Can you show them those activities on the TV? Then services, border, bakery, all those for the town. That's what we emphasize. Chichimanyi, I know it. I will not be talking about PDM in the MP because it's not so much applicable as it is in the rural areas. Okay?
Thank you, Mzee. We're almost coming to the end. We have a question from Mr. Sandawalu Simbi. Then we have a response to Kasuku Katende's question. I think someone wants to respond to him after Sanda. Moses Biarhanga will respond, and then if you allow, we can have 2 more questions depending on your time.
Okay.
Thank you, Natasha. I'll just quickly go back and tell Mr. Simon those chapels of Bugolobi we should stop. Now, Your Excellency, as the world shifts towards multipolar power centers and rapid technological change, like AI comes to mind, digital trade automation, cryptocurrency, etc. My question is, what strategies will ensure that Uganda is not left behind? And how can Uganda leverage global diversity in wealth creation? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Uganda, what is crucial is African integration. If that one is happening, then there's nothing else that the rest will be easier. That's why our emphasis on the East Africa, so that East Africa operates as a common market, but even better, as a political federation. But in the short run, at least, as a common market, and we are moving well on that. If we have that, and then we have the rest of Africa as a market, where we sell and buy from, there's nothing that will stop us. Others may work with us, they may not, but we shall survive and thrive. So Africa is the crucial area of operations. The rest is additional. Then, okay. Now, about the multipolar, that's all right, because hegemony doesn't work. Hegemony is people trying to control the world. It's very dangerous for you to try that. That's how Austria-Hungary collapsed. Because Austria-Hungary was, first of all, Rome. You remember Rome, the Pope? The Pope was trying to control the whole world. That they were Christian, because they had become Christians, so he wanted to control all of them. So much so that when Henry VIII wanted to marry another woman, then the Pope made it his business to go and stop him. So problems started. England with Rome, and the wars. The Spanish Armada, 1588, when they tried to invade England. Trouble, but we try to. Pope dominate the Christian after so many wars. It caused a lot of wars. Then, when capitalism came, the 1789, there was a man called Metternich in Austria-Hungary. He was the chancellor who tried to exterminate capitalism, tried to invade France, and it ended up destroying the whole of the empire of Austria-Hungary. So, multipolar is unstoppable. Unstoppable. You can't and you shouldn't even try. It's good. What they should aim at is win-win. Because I've been telling some people, why do you want, because like now, you're wonderful Africa. I don't know whether you have those computers which you go with, you don't work, you sleep. Me, I don't have any computer with me. Just keep them far away. Even the phones, I don't go with them. But for you, you're always with them. Stops you from thinking. But you can check. Your wonderful Africa, the GDP, I think now is like 3 trillion. The whole of Africa. You have your phone to check now. The GDP of Africa. Me who doesn't go with phones, I have it in my head. I think it's about 3 point something trillion. 3.1 trillion. All the dancers, Bakachini, all the now we'll check the GDP of the United States. I think it's about 30 trillion. 30. Check the GDP of the United States. 1 trillion. 30.3. 30.6. 31 trillion. About 31 trillion. So imagine people in the United States is a quarter of Africa. Africa is 12 million square miles. The United States is 3 million square miles. You can fit USA into Africa 4 times. It will fit there. We are 1.5 billion now. The United States is 300 million. So, for them to have so much money when we have so much wealth, and what I've been telling these friends, of course, the problem is first of all us, you people, the influencers. Because the influencers, Bakatende, they're influencing people in the wrong direction. Instead of orienting them in the right direction of value addition, because the biggest problem of Africa is producing raw materials. Losing value, hemorrhage, narusuma ekigambo erinya ekikulukuto. Everybody uses that when I was the other Gen Z. You must stop the ekikulukuto. The hemorrhage, this is a sickness among women sometimes. Banyangore call it a cherriso. This ekikulukuto of Africa must stop. Losing money, losing jobs. And it is that which creates this poverty. So I have been asking to answer your question of multipolar what? I've been asking my Western partners, you people, why do you want to trade with poor people? Why would you not see that it is in your advantage? Now Africa, if Africa was like, because if you take the GDP of US, which is 30 trillion, for 300 million people, that means that each person has got like $60,000 or what per capita would be what for the US? Maybe about what?
$60,000?
Yes, about $50,000. Now, if Uganda, if Africans, 1.5 billion of them, if they were not necessarily 50, even if they were like 30,000, what will be the GDP of Africa? 30,000 times 1.5 billion. Like 45 trillion.
50 trillion. 450, sorry, 450 trillion.
For
1.5 billion times.
No.
45 trillion, Your Excellency.
45 trillion. Yes. That should be at least if we were there. Would it not be, wouldn't America do better business with us if we had money in our pockets? They could sell us more planes, they could sell us more this, more that. So why would you want, if you are a clever, I can see that some of these Western thinkers are also not good planners. Because Africans are friendly to Europe, we speak English, I don't speak Chinese, I don't speak Russian, I speak English. I'm a man of Shakespeare. So why don't you take advantage of me and you do business with me? But in order for you to do business with me, I should have money in my pocket. So if you come here and you want to take my, because now when they take unprocessed gold, when they take unprocessed gold, which is 84% pure, they give like $60,000 per kilogram. When it is processed to 99.9%, like the one in Busia there, it goes for $120,000. So in a kilo, would be losing like 50,000 dollars per kilo of gold. If you sell it unprocessed, unprocessed. If you process it, you use more electricity, local. You create jobs, you get more money. And in that way, I can buy more from the US. So that I'm telling them, you people, wake up. Don't want to maintain poverty in Africa. This 3 trillion is a shame. And you have got all these influencers. What are they influencing the banana? Shall be 2.5 trillion. 2.5 billion. Shall be a quarter of the human race. But it is organized. So that's why I want you to be organized. The Badibina Sinkana Raktura Gen Z Walum Zguang Sandra. Sandra
is here actually.
Where is Sandra?
She's here. She has a testimony.
Happy New Year, Mr. President. How are you? Thank you so much, Mr. President. kati nengera mu kampani yange ya ushering agency gyenina kuba nina abaana balingana beemployinga kati mwe nayongera nagajjamu 25 gyokka
5 bunches.
Yes.
Ngena kuongereyo some more bunches.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Osibukawa.
Nsibuka Matugga Katalemwa.
Wano ewafe.
Yeah.
Why you should never cook freshly chopped onions. That strong smell when you cut an onion is actually a powerful sulfur compound. Most people think the smell is gross, but this sulfur is exactly what your blood vessels need to stay flexible and healthy. See, as we age, our blood vessels get stiff, like a garden hose left in the sun too long. And when your blood vessels are stiff, your heart has to work harder to pump blood. Maybe you've noticed it's getting harder to do simple things, like it's frustrating to stare at a yard that needs weeding, knowing you just don't have the energy you used to. Onions contain a unique form of sulfur that helps your blood vessels stay soft and flexible, just like a new garden hose. Red onions work even better than white ones. The darker color means they have 3 times more of these sulfur compounds, but most people cook onions the wrong way, destroying 80% of the good stuff. I'm Shannon Grief, a master herbalist, and I'm about to show you how to unlock the full power of nature's most underrated vegetable. The secret is how you prepare them. Chop an onion and let it sit for 10 minutes before you cook. This makes those powerful compounds 5 times stronger. Combine onions with garlic in a special way and something remarkable happens. They work together. They become much better at keeping your blood vessels flexible and healthy. I spent 20 years studying these secrets. I tested different herbal blends and measured the results. I proved which herbs work best to help support your body's natural processes. Look, I know how it feels when your body betrays you. You can't do the things you love anymore, and it's scary to realize how much life you're missing. I put everything I learned into the Natural Healing Handbook. This is a guide showing you how to mix common herbs and spices to get the best results. Each recipe uses ingredients you probably have in your kitchen right now. The measurements are precise, the instructions are clear, and you'll find remedies for many common issues. Take heart health, for example. 3 simple ingredients working together to help support your cardiovascular system. You don't have to live in fear that someday you're not going to be able to walk very well or enjoy the activities you love. I know poor health changes every part of your life. It changes your energy, your daily routine, and your peace of mind. Click the link below to grab a copy of the Natural Healing Handbook. Every copy comes with my personal 60-day guarantee. Try the remedies, see how they work for you. If you're not amazed by the results, send it back for a full refund. Right now, it is available at 75% off the regular price. And when you order today, you'll receive 2 free bonus guides. Herbal SOS shows you how to create a natural first aid kit using simple ingredients. From burns to minor skin irritations, you'll have natural solutions ready when you need them. The Backyard Medicinal Garden Guide teaches you to grow powerful healing herbs anywhere, even in containers on your balcony. You'll always have fresh, potent herbs for sleep, immunity, and digestion. Click the link below now to get the Natural Healing Handbook and both bonus guides.
At this moment, it should be looking golden brown. Add some salt and start to mix. Keep mixing so that your flavors can combine. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You're now ready to transfer your mixture to your preheated oven for
4.
just 5 seconds.
Call 127 or WhatsApp 0708 127 127 to get Airtel Smart Connect. Smart life starts here. Airtel.
Which one now?
Yes, Mr. Tetulinayo tugonagona twagatema.
Yakuchafuka kibuga kati.
Kati tewakyali nindagago opozi. Tewakyali matooke ngenda kulindagago.
Very good. Sandra nokumwongera bunches nga 10 ndowooza mwe nga 10. But digenda kwengera.
Nazo tujjazi oba tugenda kuteesa Mr. President ekyokukola ekituufu.
Sandra. Now, the reason how I linked up with Sandra, she was Como Sandra. Sandra was pleading for imports. Until to say, notera ko musoro ko nviri z'abafu eziva bweru ntwandire enviri z'amafu niziyingira bwerere nemugabo nti nedda muzukulu enviri z'abafu zirina okuweereza omusolo zemujja bweru bwemumwagala enviri zawano mukozese wano kyewalo bafu wano mubagire oba mukozesa ebyayi muleke kuleeta enviri z'abafu z'ebweru kaweke kati zino za kaluzosa kalufuwa za kalufuwa eziva bweru zirina okuweereza emisolo kati kwe kumugamba muzukulu nemugamba nti bw'oba tayagala kuweereza omusolo genda ntunga mwewaffe ogula amatooke ogaleete Kampala awo tekuli musolo gwonna internal distribution because they talk about taxes. Yes, we are taxing, but taxing imports, not only imports but luxury ones. We don't even tax medicine, we don't even tax machinery, we tax luxury items. So that's how I linked up with the business, internal distribution. Amatoke, okugaija ntunga munagaleeta eno ebikalu olukye baita ebikalu okubigola kibuga eyo n'obireeta eno mubende produce. So you see you got some money from the bananas. Very good.
Your Excellency, to add on what you mentioned when Kasuku asked the question about digital, your government has done a lot. For instance, Mr. Kasuku was talking about digital employing the youth. Under business processing
corporations, BPOs. Today, 25,000 youth in Uganda are engaged in BPOs, working for companies outside Uganda while they are here in Uganda. And one of the enablers to that, and we are targeting 150,000 in the next Kisanja, for 25,000. What has also enabled that is the cost of internet has gone down from $70 per unit in 2018 to now 35. We are now reducing the cost of internet, and also the speed of internet has significantly improved from second generation, which is 2G. Now we are at 5G. So that's why we are able to do this TikToking at a faster speed as if it was in Europe. Lastly, Your Excellency, waliwo abuuza wano ku kyaba Gen Z. Ekisooka, actually, ghetto youth. Ekisooka, Your Excellency, ng'oyita mu office yo ya State House Controller, wateekawo saako ez'aba youth. Buli division mu Kampala, wasooka na miwendo 10,000, kati oyongeddemu billion 1 bagenda kuzifuna mu biseera kyali byawala buli division. Kati kyetubeerako ba youth bano, training them into skills. Babeeko kyebakola, kyebasobola okwekolera, naye nga balina kasente basobola okujja saako bagyeyo mu banka yaabwe, beewole ku magoba ga wansi ennyo, basobole okukola business. Ate Your Excellency also, office yo eri mu kuzimba workshop Mulago on Kawempe, emu common user facilities, ng'abakola engatto, abakola bags, ensawo, oli aleeta buleesi leather material, n'agenda wali byuma byonna bwebiri babiguze mu ebiri, control yabimaze okubigula mu ebiri mu workshop eyo bisobola okukozesebwa.
This is day 1 of my husband doing Tai Chi workouts. This is day 21 of my husband doing Tai Chi workouts.
Make it a habit. 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. In 1 week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks, you look better. In 1 month, your wife won't believe your results. Here's a Tai Chi workout plan made for men over 50. These beginner-friendly exercises take just 7 minutes a day. Tai Chi is the best medicine for men over 50, and it's a key to long-lasting health and vitality. It's more than a workout. It's a game changer for your life and longevity. Just open the app and follow along.
Abagala okukola ebitabo, tulina section y'ebitabo, tulina y'engatto, tulina y'ensawo, tulina abakola amasweta, knitting. Ebyuma ebikola goleeta wuuzi ne bakutungira wali n'ofuluma n'esweta zo. Basobola okukola esweta nga 10 buli lunaku, nga ez'enjawulo kale ez'enjawulo okusinziira ky'oyagala. N'ebirala, Pulezidenti yatunuulira omuntu wa bulijjo. Yatuma wano ttiimu yaffe n'agamba waliwo abantu bano abeeraba abatunda amenvu ku nguudo mu bibbo. Pulezidenti n'atutumayo ne tubasinkana n'abolezayo ka kapito emitwalo 10,000 buli omu. N'atuma waliwo abatoni, mumanya abatoninyira? Toninyira mukange, abatunda emmere eyidde ekiro. Bantu nga 1,000 mu Kampala. Pulezidenti bonna yabatuukamu n'abaweerezaayo kapito 10,000 buli omu, 10,000 buli omu, ab'ebigaali 10,000 buli omu. Kati ofiisi ya controller era etuuse mu ba boda ebateereddewo looni ey'essente za wansi mu saako zaabwe. Kati ne boda ne ku PDM yennyini. Kituufu PDM erina okwakuliza obwe tugenda okugyamu. For urban areas twabanze okutegeera kubujjamu bo basobole okukola ebyenjawulo ebitali bya agriculture. Ate sente mu Kampala abakufuna mu PDM bali 3,000, amaka 3,000. ne Wakiso emitwalo 5 naye zino wa Kampala ne Wakiso kati mu kisanja ekijja kubanga tugenda kuwangula sente tugenda kuzongeza zive ku milioni 10 buli mwezi ofusoli buli mwaka zibire milioni 3 buli mwaka naye ate kwezi ebisatu 30% z'abavuuka kiba kitegeeza milioni 9 zijja kubeera z'abavuuka ate abavuuka bazifuna batya ku kakiiko ka saako y'omuluka kyapasoni wa UC Council w'omuluka ogwo abeera memba kitegeeza bakyapasoni bafe ababavuuka balina okulwanirira ensonga z'abavuuka balabe mbu bwe tubeera bagenda gaba sente ezo abavuuka bawera enamba yaabwe 30% zigenda ku bavuuka. Webale nnyo Excellency.
Thank you so much for that.
Two last questions you wanted.
No, I think I will leave mine for today. I will ask Katende, who had the influencer you have kept referring to, Kasuku, to say something on behalf of all of us who are here, to thank Mzee for the time that he has.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. For starters, it's thank you, Excellency. Thank you for the time you've given us to come here and have a chat with you. I know you have a very busy schedule, but you've taken time off to allow us to come here and have a few words with you. I'm a digital content creator, and yeah, you've said certain things about the internet and how it works, but I still feel if you allow, through Natasha, we want to engage you more with the digital content creators to make you understand our job. There are so many people who are employed through digital content creation. Maybe we can see how we try to explain to you what our job entails. How do we harmonize to bring it into most of the ideas you have about taking this country forward? Because most of the youth we are trying to talk to, the youth the government says right now are the biggest population, they are dealing with digital and digital content creation. And we really need the government to come and we work together to harmonize with us, to enhance with us, to support us in all the ways possible, as to be part of the government's programs going forward. So I don't know if you could allow us, we give some time.
You make proposals. You make proposals and bring them to Natasha.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Finally, as before I give a vote of thanks, they always tell us when you go to visit your judge, they pack for you things, matoke, sweet potatoes and what. So the people told me as I came, they told me, don't forget that we are here. He should pack for us some things, give you, and you bring, we enjoy. As the judge, I said, well, Luseke moving, Luseke coming. Said yes. So, as a judge, I'll be waiting. You load me with the things for the bazukulu out there, and we go. I know you don't like dancing a lot, but man, we want to have a good time. So yes, we want to go out there, and we enjoy ourselves here and there after we've seen our judge. Other than that, thank you very much for your time, and we hope you give us more of these engagements. May not be us necessarily all the time, but to those other people, because now we feel we are closer to you. I had never seen you one-on-one real time, so I used to say, hey, because growing up they told us, so now I'm looking at the man, I'm like, wow, the guy is here. So it's a pleasure, and thank you, Natasha, for picking me out to represent all the other YouTubers out there. And I hope, like the president has asked, we are going to engage more with you, and you help us push the agenda. Mr. President, we are not bad people. We are only trying to do our jobs, to feed our families, and to see that we get better. So if we get into good books with you, I don't know who's told you people are misusing the internet, but well, those who are misusing it are few, and you can always curb them out. But the biggest part of us, we are really doing well on the internet. So thank you very much for your time, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Okay, regarding Okorongora is when people come, the way you give them gifts. I don't want to go to prison because I'm a candidate. So if I Kurongora people, I'll be arrested for bribing. So I think we shall have to wait after the election, then we'll sort out issues. Do we have a lawyer here? An Nrm lawyer? Huh? But Dombo knows, she's from the security. What is the policy on gifts?
Hello. Your Excellency, there are certain activities accepted within the framework of the campaigns. For instance, the people who have come here have spent transport in truck in coming here.
That one I can refund.
Now for the other gifts, they will be best suited, Your Excellency, if it can be arranged after the elections and they come to congratulate you, then it will be a better time for it to happen. But the most important thing now is that they came from somewhere, they must go back and they spend on the way when they are coming. If you could, as you wish, and facilitate them to go back.
That one I will happily do. 1 million, 1 million.
That will be pleasant. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
That one I would happily do. Okay.
Thank you, Mzee, so much for Thank you, Mzee. Thank you, Mzee, for the time you have given us. And I trust that we will come back together.
Thank you very much. Please resume your seats. distinguished guests, the parade is made up of the Uganda Police Forces, the Uganda Police Force, the Uganda Prison Services, and the Uganda Wildlife Authority. In the next few minutes, they will be joined by the biggest circle in this country, was Wazalendo Circle. Change of step comes with change of tune. Muevale ño, akarulu hapo. Stamina and resilience. For years of building a national defense force that has not only defended the country and our people, but has exported peace in the lands near and far. Once again, I request you, distinguished guests, to honor the national colors. Thank you very much. Please resume your seats. Yes, sir. The people in white top, the EPF circle staff, Wazalendo circle, the biggest selling cooperative society in this country. And behind them are the EPF acrobats that are training you as well. Thank you, UPDF acrobats. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Your Excellency President, yes. Next to the program will be the parade marching review order. Your Excellency, you can hear your wananchi. Very happy. The progress made. Still unchanged. Please take your seats. Commander comes to seek for permission to have the cars off the parade. After that, we shall have the march off and we continue the program.
Begging you, stop using ChatGPT and Canva like a children's toy. AI will create more millionaires in 5 years than the internet did in 20. Do this for 15 minutes a day, and by February, you won't recognize yourself.
I mean, most people of my age don't realize that AI will create more millionaires in 5 years. Now it can build an entire app in 90 seconds, while most folks over 40 know only ChatGPT or Canva.
What if I've never used AI before?
Perfect. We're starting the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. In just 15 minutes a day, unlock new skills, new opportunities, and a new sense of purpose.
So when does the challenge start showing results?
Week 1, you're unstoppable. Week 2, you're ahead of almost everyone you know. By day 28, your full AI roadmap is ready. Tap the link and start tomorrow.
They are those that pay the ultimate price. We can only reward them by loving our country, by working for our country to achieve the dreams and ideals that drove them to fight for us. Your Excellency, sir, this year's parade, historic as it is, 40 years of steady progress, steady 40 years of transformation. 40 years ago, Your Excellency, some of us were in this city. And what is on the streets were a common occurrence. No wonder smuggling picked as the best business to go for, and the air supply. Enjoy the music. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished guests, thank you very much. Please resume your seats. the Uganda Police Force, the Uganda Prison Services, and the Uganda Wildlife Authority. In the next few minutes, they will be joined by the biggest circle in this country, was Endo Circle. Change of step comes with change of tune. Mwebale nnyo akalulu ako. A test of stamina and resilience. For 40 years of building a national defense force that has not only defended the country and her people, but has exported peace in the near and in the lands near and far. Once again, we shall request you, distinguished guests and Your Excellency, to honor the national colors. Please take your seats. Parade commander comes to seek for permission to have the colors of the parade After that, we shall have the parade march off and we'll continue with the program. Your Excellency, allow me to thank the Chief of Defense Forces, General Moses Rugaba, and the Senior Presidential Advisor on Special Operations, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Basu Yakagawa, and the Commissioner General of Prisons, Dr. Yabashaija. The CDF was represented by Deputy CDF, Lieutenant General Samuel Kiding, while Police, the Inspector General of Police himself is present, and Commissioner General of Prisons are all accompanying you on this occasion, sir. And they have been accompanied by generals and senior officers in all the security services. We salute them for such a beautiful parade, for the preparations. More so, we salute you, sir, for building such a formidable security agencies that have maintained the peace and stability of our country. I think they deserve a clap. It takes leadership, it takes planning, it takes foresight to achieve the vision you have had all along, Your Excellency. We salute you for the leaders who have had over the 40 years in these agencies, that each has put a brick to see these forces as they are seen today. I'm very sure the parade has been very smart. Your Excellency, we are celebrating 40 years of people that were driven by patriotism, driven by Pan-Africanism, and the desire to see our African people achieve their aspirations or realize their aspirations. So the progress we have enjoyed, we have witnessed, and we still continue to witness is not by accident. It's planted, it is sowed in the blood of Ugandans and watered by blood that was continued to be shed, in dealing with the various insurgencies over the years. And now, in our Pan-African duty, we continue to shed blood for the good of the African people. Papa. Those who have clapped, thank you. Hakuna mchezo. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Yes, the parade commander has handed over to his deputy or second in command, who is none other than Major Nrm Kololo Apio. Your Excellency, sir, 40 years ago,
Sir, parade commander,
there were no female or ladies in military uniform.
Sir, parade commander.
Thanks to your leadership, we have generals, senior officers, and other combatants from the female folk that are serving this great nation. I own my colleague, Madam Alice, had mentioned about you having made a history to be the first president in Africa to appoint a vice president from our ladies. Of course, we have had speakers of parliament, from Right Honorable Kadaga to Right Honorable Anita Mong, heading the great house that legislates for this country. Sir, we cannot fail to salute you. Yes. Those who thought ladies are weak, think again. And when you see her walking, you indeed believe she's been trained and understood her training. obugalawo nkikakasa obuyimba obunyumye Mheshimiwa Rais, wageni walikwa, naomba sasa hivi nachie nafasi mwenzangu akaendelee na kipindi. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency, English, Kiswahili, both of them are our official languages. We thank you for encouraging us to learn Kiswahili. Today's theme, Your Excellency, is tribute to the patriots who ushered in a fundamental change. Kwa Kiswahili tunasema heshima kwa wazalendo walioleta mabadiliko ya msingi. Your Excellency, when you had just come, the inaugural speech, the opening statement was, no one should think that what is happening today is a mere change of guards. It is a fundamental change in the politics of our country. Your Excellency, as we celebrate 40 years of this NRA victory, we have seen this fundamental change. Nobody can dispute it. Those who try to dispute it are telling lies, and they are lying to themselves. Your Excellency, at this juncture, we would like to hand over to the Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Mili Babirie Babalanda, another Mugore, because she's also elected, she was elected to be Member of Parliament. Mama, congratulations. Your Excellency, we are many people in Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo, Your Excellency, kwa niaba ya wanafunzi wenzangu na walimu wetu wa lugha ya Kiswahili, tunakupongeza Mheshimiwa Rais Museveni kwa ushindi wa dhati kwa uchaguzi wa uraisi katika awamu mpya. Your Excellency, congratulations. We, the people who study Kiswahili, and our teachers, under the NRM Secretariat, we congratulate you on this landslide victory in the most recently concluded elections. And Your Excellency, it is under your leadership that constitutionalism and rule of law and democracy root. Your Excellency, people might not know that you are the first directly elected president in 1986.
Internet slower than a boomer's dial-up modem? Get ExpressVPN and enjoy the speeds you need wherever you are. Just one tap and you'll be connected faster than you can say ExpressVPN. Just how fast are we? Try our speed test and see just how fast our 10 gigabits per second server network really goes. Stream or game with unlimited bandwidth and maximum speed to get more from the things you love. Get ExpressVPN today and start your digital protection.
Chair of the Africa Center for Research and Legal Studies, Kampala. He served as chairperson of the Public Service Commission, and from 2008 to July 2013, he served as a judge of the High Court at the Masinde High Court Circuit. From 2005 to 2008, he served as Secretary to the Judiciary. From 2002 to 2005, he also served as Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. From 1985, he served as Undersecretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also later served as the Foreign Service Officer Grade 5 and was posted to Ottawa. He has served on many boards and has also published and reviewed several works. Justice Emeritus Rafa Chan is therefore recognized for his dedication and distinguished service over the years and unwavering contribution to the economic social transformation of Uganda. The Distinguished Order of the Crested Crane Grand Officer is bestowed on Mr. Barot Hashad Maganbai, born on 3rd January 1959 in India. In 2006, driven by his understanding of Uganda's development needs, he responded to the demands for eco-friendly, affordable, and accessible infrastructure for the public and private sector, particularly for small and medium enterprises. His vision focused on decongesting urban centers by developing rural areas, providing SMEs with affordable housing and commercial spaces. Over the years, he has become a household name and leading figure in real estate. He stands as a symbol of transformation, turning challenges into opportunities, into thriving realities. Next is Mr. Ikokoro Okware, also granted the distinguished honor of the Crested Crane member. Mr. Okokwar was elected LC1 chairperson for Nyarakot zone and in the same year joined the first intake of LDUs. In 1996, he was elected RC2 Defense Secretary for Apokor Parish, serving until the creation of Mera Sub-County. Ms. Teddy Nalu is awarded the National Independence Diamond Jubilee Medal. She serves as the National Coordinator of Unbound Uganda, a reputable non-governmental organization operating across 8 districts. She has led the establishment of 10 functional cooperatives, uniting more than 12,000 households. Mr. Wamnono Nathan is a civilian war veteran who operated in the Ngoma zone during the liberation struggle, undertaking various assignments in support of the war effort. Between 1981 and 1985, he provided essential support to the NRA fighters stationed in Ngoma by supplying food. He was arrested alongside several colleagues and not survived execution. Mr. Dr. Onesimus Odora Ojur from Kitgum, his services spanned 34 years, during which he worked in various capacities across different districts. Through his lobbying efforts, Lions Aid Norway funded the construction of a modern outpatient eye clinic, including a fully equipped theater now serving the greater region. Dr. Stephen Watiti of Umbare from 2004-2013 worked at Medme, Uganda, an HIV treatment center of excellence before retiring into consultancy and writing. Beyond HIV advocacy, he promotes universal health coverage, including prevention screening for non-communicable diseases and palliative care. Dr. Mugambe Paul Francis, he began his medical career at Mbare Regional Referral Hospital and was later transferred to Mitiana General Hospital, where he served until his retirement in 1998. While serving in Mbale, he provided significant covert support to NRA fighters through a support group led by Senior Nursing Officer Sister Robina Kasada. The Narubare Medal is awarded to Ms. Violet Kechtanda. During the Fronasa period, she played a key role in facilitating the safe passage of soldiers, including late Lieutenant Colonel Akanga Byarhanga, as they crossed into Tanzania. She also provided food and medical supplies to bush war fighters throughout the struggle. The next is Mzee Bukokosi James. Mzee James Bukokosi was recruited by late Joseph Mtwari and Karambuzi in 1972 and began operating in Shikagati, Ruyanga village, Isinjiro district at the Uganda-Tanzania border. Although officially a government storekeeper responsible for firearms, he covertly coordinated freedom fighters in both Uganda and Tanzania. He later diverted guns and helped conceal them in pits, some of which were used in the attack on Simba Barracks in Mbarara on 15 September 1972. He frequently assisted His Excellency the President by transporting him on a bicycle to Chaka at the Tanzania border. After the failed 1972 invasion against Idi Amin and the subsequent closure of the Uganda-Tanzania border, he trekked from Chikagati to Kabare, where he secured work as a driver at the Mafuga sawmills. Late Chiwanuka John Mary of Mpiji, during the liberation struggle, he served as a key local contact, guiding troops through the area and providing food to the fighters. He sheltered combatants, treated them using local herb remedies, and supplied them with raw food such as cassava and sweet potatoes. Tragically, during an operation carried out by Obote's forces, he was murdered in cold blood. Kiza Evelyn Tinkamarilwe of Kakumiro, she worked as a health worker in Chivari Dispensary. In 1981, she was arrested by UPC leaders accusing her of supporting rebels detained at Karuguju police post. The Royal Triangle Medal is also posthumously awarded to Ms. Mbaba's Marchean of Chankwanzi. She played a key role in mobilizing and encouraging fellow women, particularly the young ones, to remain firm and brave during the hardship of the war. Ms. Mbaba's Nora of Mbende is also awarded the Royal Triangle. She was one of the pioneers of the Uganda Patriotic Movement in 1980 at the age of 16 in Mubende district. The Masaba Star Medal is awarded to Lieutenant General retired Francis Okero of Omoro district. He served the country with distinction for more than 42 uninterrupted years in the Uganda People's Defense Forces. He had multiple high-level appointments in command, administration, operations, and strategic leadership, including being the first commandant of the Uganda Defense College, was Chief of Plans and Operations and Peace and Security Department at the African Union Headquarters, was the commandant of Uganda Rapid Deployment Capability Center, and was also the second force commander of the African Union Mission in Somalia. He also served as a UPDF Member of Parliament. Lieutenant General retired Francis Okero is widely recognized for his unwavering dedication, selflessness, patriotism, and strategic leadership. Other general is Brigadier General Kefa Nangeso, who is the Dean of Studies at the National Defense College. The National Independence Diamond Jubilee is also awarded to Colonel Moses Ikrut Emeru, Colonel Hamzat Mukata Kasaja, Lieutenant Colonel Mase Tukahirwa, Warrant Officer 1 Semakura Bosco, Warrant Officer 2 Muramira Richard, Staff Sergeant Engor Girgori, who is recognized for conducting successful operations against the ADF and the Al-Shabaab terrorists in Somalia. The Uganda Police Force wishes to honor also Mr. Haj Bogere Abu, Mr. Kwaja Charles, DIP Chakwira Betty, Mr. Moses, and long service medal by the police is awarded to IP Tumshabe Silva, AIP Nankung Sara. The following prisons officers are also awarded the National Independence Diamond Jubilee Medal: Mr. Yusuf Mukembo, Superintendent of Prisons; Mr. Athanas Nyawe Adrich, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons; Mr. Peter Opado, and Ms. Nasimwa Harriet. Last but not least is Mr. Opikason Tarantino. Throughout his service, he has demonstrated exemplary workmanship, leadership, and integrity. He is recognized for his firm decision-making, effective time management, and strong commitment to achieving institutional objectives. As a senior tailor, he has trained numerous officers, equipping them with the skills and discipline required to become dependable and competent professionals. His ability to make swift, well-considered decisions, combined with his excellent planning abilities, has greatly strengthened the tailoring units and enhanced productivity across the stations where he has served. Detailed citations of those that have not been read will be made available to media and will be fully published. So we've done this in order to serve on the time. We extend our deep congratulations to all the awardees and urge them to wear these medals of honor on such national occasions. Finally, I wish to thank the Honourable Minister for the Presidency, the Chairperson of the Presidential Awards Committee,
was really resonating with the people.
Let me give you one so that we interrogate that one. 8 million young people join primary school. 1.1 million join secondary school. 174,000 join university. Those dropouts there of about 7 million shillings, of 7 million people. How do you account for that and say you have secured the future of 6.9 dropouts?
Of course, let me tell you, we have been looking at that. Even I remember when I was still in the Ministry of Education, it was a concern of every Ugandan of the number of children that drop out of school. But of course, the government discovered that some of the issues that lead to the dropout. One of them is the issue of school fees, that is the high school fees that is demanded. That makes many of our children drop out of school. And to me, I want to thank His Excellency the President, because he has tried to come up with solutions that can help these children not to completely lose out. Issues like coming up with programs of skilling that are helping our children. Many of our young people that have even been giving testimonies on most of the rallies that we've held, who have benefited from such programs. They give evidence that they dropped out of school because of school fees, and it is the reason this time round the President is making it very clear that this time round, one of the things that is going to put emphasis on is to ensure that children of Uganda do not drop out of school because of school fees.
Thank you. Let me come to Andrew. Andrew, I know you, first of all, I liked the Bad Natives, watched the few clips and a few things, assertions that we'll get to later on. But when you look at this election, some of the old tacks are out. Talk about Honorable Katuntu, talk about Honorable Semuju, all those. The splitting of the Uganda region. Of the 26 districts, 13 to National Unity Platform, 13 to the NRM. Voter apathy. It was, the past election, it was 8 million that didn't show up of the 8.1. That is 56%. This was 21.6. 11 million showed up. That makes it 52%, dropping by 4%. Your view of this election and your analysis of it?
Well, first of all, why did you watch clips of...
I watched the whole thing.
Okay, but you said clips. I was going to get out of my chair here and punch your nose, but you have saved yourself. First, I should tell you that if I'm not mistaken, in that discussion on Bad Natives, I mentioned that voter turnout will be something like 45%, and Museveni will get about 65% or 45%. I believe that actual voter turnout could even have been 45 or 40. Because in this election, the opposition, NUP, was very weak and absent on most of the polling stations across the country. The likelihood that in very many NRM strongholds, because there was no voter verification biometric system used, opportunities for NRM people to tick, for the president and the MPs to exploit the process, also tick for themselves, were very high. It's very possible that anything between 1.5 to 2 million votes were of people who did not show up, but voted. Also, I want to put a caveat on what I say. It is not always the case that because they ticked for somebody, it means he was not a potential supporter. It may be a potential supporter, a real supporter who did not show up. And I've seen this in NRM strongholds. If you go to the Kato Corridor, Nakaseke, those areas of Sembabele, which are Kyankwas, where the Balalo, and other areas in Sinjiro, where you find high concentrations of NRM support, you could say, hey, how come Mukazambiri did not show up? Okay, they vote for him. Do you see? They vote for them. It happens so often. That does not reflect the weakness on the part of the rigging party. It reflects overwhelming strength. That if the opposition has a polling agent, he is a lukewarm supporter of the opposition, they give him 50K, he sends the declaration forms, or in most cases, I need new people to be honest. I don't think there were more than 35% of the polling stations in the country. So if you cannot even get a polling agent at a station, how do you expect to get the vote? So that is the first thing. that voter turnout was much less than 52%. I suspect could be anything between 40 to 45%. In fact, I'm even shocked that Bobi Wine got 2.7 million votes.
24%.
Let's say 24.7, which is roughly 25. I want to round up to the nearest tenth. He got 25%. It means that maybe in areas where he's strong also did the same thing. Remember that it is the opposition, people who have been in the opposition can say this, where they're also strong and they have that kind of cultural and political strength, they will take the ballots of those who have not shown up. Maybe Bobi Wine got 2 million votes, Museveni got 6 million votes. Museveni got 7.9, but maybe he got 6. 1.9 are extras. Bobi Wine is 700 or 1 million are extras. But by and large, what you see as the outcome is a sign of the relative strength of these candidates. Now, of course, in Uganda's history, we don't have members of parliament being re-elected. I'm going to do statistics. I've not yet finished them. I was working on them today. How many members of parliament were in the previous house and have been re-elected? What is the share? In the last election of 2021, less than 20% of incumbents were re-elected. We need to find out how many in this were. So the loss of people like Katuntu and Semuju is therefore not surprising. In fact, Katuntu is unique in the sense that there are only 8 members of parliament in Uganda who have been elected 5 times straight. It is Kadaga, Katuntu, Elijah Cooper, Bakawlindi, this man of Remiyaga, who has also lost Chikubo, Okoto Gong, Bright Rwamirama in Isinjiro, who is a lady called Namuyanda. She's even a minister, one lady. There are 8 only. It's rare to have a person be elected 5 times in a row. So you will not be surprised that after 5, the only person who beats that record is President Yoweri Museveni. At least this isn't this his 7th straight win. And so that is one factor. The other factor, of course, I also believe that I had my grandson on my left here and my granddaughter. First of all, Uganda's elections are never free or fair. If you look at the beginning of the election period from 2022 to 2025, the NRM will put so many roadblocks in the way of the opposition to win. They will block them from accessing radio stations, from opening offices, from having rallies in these areas long before elections. So I get surprised that no people complain that they steal their votes on the last day. In fact, they don't even understand the meaning of the argument. To say that they rigged them on polling day is to state that the electoral process, the electoral law, the field was all leveled and they only lost because of the balloting. No, they lose much earlier than that. The state uses all the resources of the NRM uses the resources of the state to get an unfair advantage. What they believe is that Museveni has presented the opposition a very critical dilemma. They face 2 choices and they have failed to craft a third. Should we participate in a deeply flawed electoral process where we are certain to lose? There is not a single rational Ugandan who did not know who was going to win the presidential election. If you are Ugandan there listening to me, tell me, is there any one of you who did not know who the president-elect would be today? Okay. So the challenge for them has been, should we participate in a deeply flawed electoral process and therefore legitimize it? Or should we boycott this flawed electoral process but miss an opportunity to put our case before the people of Uganda, our grievances, our ideas about the future, to reach out to them and rally them? But in avoiding to legitimize the election, we lose 2 things. We are unable to present ourselves to the country and hear our grievances and our ideas, but also we sink into oblivion, because if you boycott, you cease to be of any political relevance. Now, I believe that the opposition have always been correct to say no. Let us participate in spite of the flawed process, not because we shall win, like at the presidential level, but because it gives us an opportunity to reach out to the people of Uganda and sell our case. Now, once they have made the second decision, which I think is strategically correct, they make the wrong choice out of it. Because if you have now participated and legitimized the process, you cannot turn out like Besigye and finally now Bobby Wine. You know, I once wrote an article, the Besigyeization of Bobby Wine. I cannot believe that Bobby Wine is walking the very same path of mistakes that Besigye made during his career. Because if you have legitimized the process by participating in it, you are bound by its outcome and you should accept it. None of the contestants can say there is anything Museveni has done in this election of 2026, which he didn't do in 2021, which he did not do in 2016 or 2011 or 2006, 2001 and 1996. If anyone says there's something new Museveni has done, they should come and challenge me. So Museveni's toolkit for every election is known. What surprises and also depresses me is that the opposition's response has been the same. They have not innovated any new idea. First, on how to participate in this election, either through new maneuvers and tactics that can involve deceit, decoys, whatever it is that you can do to avoid the roadblocks that have been put in your way. A good strategist looks at the terrain and decides, here there's a swamp, how do I dodge it? There's a marshland there, a mountain, a valley, a lake, a river. These are obstacles in my way. If I'm a soldier, a commander commanding an army, a soldier commanding an army, an officer commanding an army, a priest leading their flock. We have a priest here, Bunjo. Where you go into a hostile environment, how do you ensure that you collect your flock and they are not killed? So the opposition have done no innovation at all. And finally, if they have accepted to participate, which means they are legitimizing the system, I feel like if I was Bobby Wine, and so sad I am not, after an election, I should not only concede, but I should find a way to work with Museveni. I should be the one reaching out. This is where I think this Raila Odinga man was amazing. Raila held Kenya together. These people are trying to tear it apart because he understood that, okay, the process may not be fair. I may have lost unfairly. Twice he won an election, twice he was cheated. But twice he did a handshake and found a way to work with the existing system. So you move, once an election is ended, you stop being a grievance-driven, radical activist against the establishment. You become a respectable and acceptable stakeholder in the political process. And I believe that had the opposition adopted this other strategy, which actually is the inevitable outcome of them accepting to participate, they would have performed better in shaping the destiny of this country alongside the NRM than the option they have taken of defiance, and now what is the one of whatever, of boycott of government, declaring it's illegal, it's criminal, he's Maduro, he's a dictator. They put themselves in a much weaker position than they would have been, you see. So, because we're not going to expect a perfect election in Uganda. If Bob Wine was in power, his agents would use the power of the state to their own advantage. Someone asked me, but if Museveni is strong, why do people take for him? Of course, you'd be naive not to see. Assuming I am Andrew Mwenda from Toro, I'm positioning myself for a big position a big cabinet position in the government. I must prove to Museveni that I did a great job for him. Museveni does not need to sanction this rigging for it to take place, by the way. From my watching of him or listening him speak, Museveni seems to believe that he's the one who gets cheated. And when he was investing in these biometric systems, it's because he really wanted to protect his vote from being stolen. What Museveni does not know and what nobody around him can tell him is the painful truth that in areas where he's strong, his people, even if he didn't wish to, they want to prove, me in Luka constituency, Muzei, I got for you 95%. Me as the MP, I also got 90%. You can see how strong I am. Because it is those numbers that help you stake a claim on a cabinet position or the influence you exercise in the government. So people do that out of that self-interest. So finally, I see you are getting impatient with my
I wanted
you
to add to, especially this split of the 26 districts of the Uganda region, 13-13, but also the old tax jumping out. What is the population saying? What are we missing that they're saying, especially with voting out the old tax?
So first of all, let me put this way. To answer that question, I think that the worst disaster to have happened to opposition in Uganda was Bobby Wine. See, Bobby Wine moved this country in 2021 and was able to show that you can, NRM does not always rig, really. You can stop NRM rigging. In 2006, Museveni had gotten 12% in Acholi, PSG got 82%. So I used to ask people in the opposition, okay, by 2011, Museveni had grown to 40 in Acholi region when the war ended. If Museveni has unlimited capability to rig, how come you were able to defeat him badly in Acholi, UBSG, and now he's beating you? So the same applies to Bobi Wine. When he comes in 2021, he's able to wipe Museveni out of most of Buganda. Not every part of Buganda, most of Buganda. But Museveni had always won all the districts of Buganda except Kampala and Wakiso. And by the way, in 2011, Museveni got 245,000 votes in Kampala district, or Kampala city, and BSJ got 248. There was a difference of only 3,000 votes. So what is it that made Museveni always win or perform very well in Buganda that took it? What happened to the rigging machinery in Buganda? It shows that you only rig where you are strong. You can't rig where you are weak. Now, of those 26 districts of Buganda you're talking about, Museveni won many of them. If you go to Lyantonde, in Greater Masaka, you have Lyantonde, you have Sembabule, you have Mubende. I think there are some districts of Buganda that Museveni actually won. Don't forget that. And lost many. But there are some that he won. Those where the dominant tribe are not Baganda. Bobi Wine won in predominantly Baganda districts. Now, in this election, Museveni did not only win more districts in Buganda, but even those where he lost, his numbers increased. Let me begin with an example of Kampala. Museveni got 126,000 votes, Bobi Wine got 384,000. You could multiply Museveni's vote in Kampala 3 times and you not reach Bobi Wine's vote. In this election, Bobi Wine fell from 73%. He fell to 64, if I'm not mistaken. No, 60. Because Museveni got 39% of the vote in Kampala. Voter turnout in Kampala fell from 42% to 23%. But of that share, Museveni grew from 23 to 39.7%. Bobi Wine fell from 72 to about 60, actually 59%. So if you're Bobi Wine, you have to ask yourself, what is it that made me perform so well in terms of absolute votes and percentage? This time, Bobi Wine fell significantly in absolute votes. He also fell significantly in the share of votes. You see? So you were asking me, why is there that variance? The first variance is that Museveni had won a couple of districts, but his performance across the whole of Uganda increased. It is simply like where he did not beat Bobi Wine, the margins in the previous election had been very high. But Museveni made a comeback. And there are 3 reasons I can attribute this to. The first and most important is not what Museveni did, but what Bobi Wine did not do. After the election, Bobi Wine went to sleep. Where Museveni, after the election, was trying to reach out to old friends and alliances, to reach out to them, to Mengo, to Rubaga and others, bribe some, cajole others, try to win many and intimidate a few and blackmail the rest. Bobi Wine is sleeping in his bed. I want the panelists here to tell me, do you guys know any activities Bobi Wine had between 2021 and 2025 to endear himself to voters? Instead, he started calling with this guy Impuga, Mathias Impuga. Mathias Impuga is a very powerful politician in Buganda. People underestimate that. And has very strong links with Mengo, which had helped Bobi Wine win. Because of loss of Mathias Impuga, he alienated large sections of the people at Mengo. I don't know whether people followed the radio stations. CBS campaigned actively for Bobi Wine in 2021. Did you follow that? In this election, they were lukewarm. They didn't oppose him, but they never campaigned for him. They never made a strong case for him. So that's a very important platform for mobilization and reaching out to the population, which he lost because he lost Mathias Impuga. So while he was busy wrecking his own house, Museveni was building his. Museveni is president of Uganda and a very powerful man by every measure. He has been in power for 40 years. He has extended enough patronage to buy the loyalty of so many Ugandans. But I see Museveni, this very big man and president, he's not only talking to the cardinal, the kabaka, the archbishop, the sheikh, the mufti, whoever it is. He's also talking to people very low rank. Full figure, Kusasira, Kasuku. You know, he's winning them over. You are Bobi Wine. There are people like, let's say, Conrad Nkutu, Wafula Nyangobo, rather Wafula Gutu, Charles Nyangobo, you have Robert Kabshenga, you have Augustine Zinana, Amanya Mshek. They may not be your supporters. They are bishops. You go to there is the Emory, you go to Gulu, there is a Ruot, you go to Toro, there is a king or associates of the king. do you reach out to these people who had powerful social institutions within our society? Have you reached out to powerful politicians who are retired, from whom you can drink from their well of wisdom? Have you reached out to the businessmen? Because you see, when you organize rallies, you alert the state and the state services come and crush you. I felt that Bobby Wine systematically dismantled the NUP because poor him, he did not know what to do, and if he knew it, he's afraid maybe of reaching and talking to people. There are intellectuals of Uganda, there are businessmen of Uganda, there are church leaders. There is Pastor Bunjo here. Did he ever come to visit your church and have a conversation with you? You see, so me, I wonder, how are you going to win over Ugandans? If you know, we express ourselves through our cultural institutions. So whether it's Mengo, these kingdoms and chieftains, they're very important for you to talk to. Our churches and the mosques, these are very important social institutions. At different levels, in Uganda have a large evangelical movement. And these, what they call Gwempe churches, the Pastor Kayanjas, some of them are allied to Museveni, but why not talk to them? They are intellectuals you can reach to and get ideas. They may not support you, but you can learn a lot from them. They are retired men, great politicians of great stature. Augustine Ruzindana, Dandisali, Amanya Mshega. Did you talk to, did you do anything? And you expect that you will grow your base. So I feel like Bobby Wine's strategy was, I should keep preaching to the converted. But now in Christianity, you don't only, Jesus said, I not come for the righteous ones, I came for the sinners to save those. You see, the guy is so hopelessly out of depth when it comes to politics. And then he has a circle of advisors, like this boy David Rubongoya. They are driven by emotions rather than by rational calculation.
Okay.
So it is, I think that more than what Museveni did, and Museveni did a lot to block him, it is what Bobby Wine was unable to do. And where he was able to do anything, it was to wreck his own party, disagree, and break up with a certain group of people within his party, like Matthias Mpuga, and those weakened him. So he fell in Buganda, largely because he lost Matthias Mpuga and many others. I'm sure the Mwanga Kivumbi and the Segonas were no longer enthusiastic about him, and they could not have campaigned for him. And they also ended up losing. But also, many people became dispirited about him. He was he had lost the novelty effect, but he not build a new thing that can attract, endear him to the people.
Okay. Let me come to Apostle Bunjo. Apostle, what was your experience, especially with this election day? And from a church perspective, what is your outlook of the outcomes of it?
Yeah, thank you, Timothy, for the wonderful question. I've been voting because when Museveni came, I was 20 years. So now I'm 40, I'm 60 years now. But this year I'm making 60. And what I can, many of my colleagues have shared about that area, which I am in politics in the way as, even pastors are politicians, because politics is the management of society. But also, like myself, do engage to see, because I'm patriotic, I want to see Uganda, a better Uganda. To my analysis, we can say all the mistakes that were there in the elections, vote or whatever, and whatever Honorable Mbidi and my colleagues have shared, I want to throw this to Uganda, that even though we are 40 years in this new democracy, because democracy has just come to Uganda, so many people were, ignorant about so many things. Like Dr. Sedinde said, we need a lot of civic education. I don't usually see this on our televisions, and I don't think even government put more money into this, whether opposition or the government, where we can intentionally begin to teach people about patriotism, about their nation, all about that. I have not seen that, witnessed that. Much of what we are seeing now is a result of people who are less informed. A few people today are not so much, they don't know much about what's happening. So ignorance is too much. That's why you can find a lot of people being abused in these elections. Another thing is that our candidates and cadres, like they are said, they have not again engaged with the electorate to give them the proper way of handling things. From the church side, and I from the church, I can say this election, compared to the rest, the one that was there, there's been a little bit of improvement of whatever is happening. Of course, any democracy, democracy is the rule of the people, by the people, the people. People make mistakes in so many other areas. But I can say that this election, for instance, for me, I woke up very early in the morning to go and vote because the place where I vote, they don't cater for some people like me. So I woke up very early at 7 to go and vote, but I almost got out of the line until a voice told me, if you get out of this line, you are not going to be, it will be something that will be on your heart, that maybe you stab your country by not voting. So I stayed. Like you said, how many people left by that? So what I would think that even for the people, like for the biometric machines, they must be held accountable. We are waiting to see some judicial, whatever, from government. Why did it happen? How did it happen? Because so much money was spent and there was no accountability. We are yet to see that accountability. What I can say from the biblical point of view, again, I have a scripture here. We can logically argue things and say things, but at the end of the day, the vote was cast. In Proverbs 18:18 says, flipping a coin can end arguments. It settles disputes between powerful opponents. 16:13 says, the Lord is cast into the lap or ballot box, but every decision is from the Lord, which means you can vote assuming that somebody is going to win, but between the box there, I don't know that God also gets into the ballot box and add, subtract. But at the end of the day, the end results will come out and it will be God. So for me, I would urge people that now for the presidents and the MPs were elected, and those are now authorities. Because once somebody is declared, it's an authority. We want to build a Uganda tomorrow. Much as we also need to work on our mistakes. I would love to see a situation where there is that a review of what happened on both areas in the political parties, instead of arguing and all that. Why didn't we do this? How did we do this? I was seeing the president in Rajtura saying, I expected 18 million people to vote, but it's only 11 people who voted me. I have to inquire from that. But also, I can answer that. Some people, Timothy, did not vote because the people would say, I met so many people who would say, I will not vote because obviously I know the outcome. So how many people were held there because they assume that somebody is going to go through? So that one also, civic education has to be taught. But at the end of the day, the vote was cast, leaders were chosen, and even tomorrow you're going to choose leaders. We should abide by what the vote has said. That's what they say.
Apostle, lastly, as a church leader, you have a congregation that you superintend over.
Right.
Not just the church, but also the different arms of the ministry that are there. Do these leaders understand the needs of the people?
Timothy, thank you for asking that question, and I'm happy to be on this forum. I've been asking all these political leaders always come every time when it's just a few seasons to elections. I lead Christian Restoration Ministries, but I'm involved in the development areas. I'm based in Bombo. I went to Bombo, planted a church. We do community development. We teach people how to save. We dig holes. Not because recently we had a very big operation, and even we dug roads from Bombo and all that. And somebody was asking, Apostle Bunji, ogenda kwesimbawo? Even one of the area MP who competed in Yero came and said, Apostle, please, are you going to, because the people feared that Apostle did this, Bunjo did this because he's going to compete. I think, let me speak in the camera, because the people who are chosen today and who are going to come tomorrow, forget and stop this issue of coming to people when the time of election has come. You, by your money and whatever influence you have, because when somebody is elected in parliament or in presidency, they have a lot of contacts. You can dig a well in the village before the elections. You can hire a tractor and dig a road before the elections, because that would be the basis of your election. So most people at Timothy, to tell you the truth, even maybe there may be even 70%, they don't care about the needs of the people. Because at the end of the day, after, look at today, soon they're going to be sworn in parliament. Those who competed and fought each other, they'll be in the floor of parliament, they'll be in the committees, sharing money, but the people that they caused to go to prison, our young people, like the ones they were showed in Massacre, are suffering. Innocent people don't know. But these colleagues used us, by the way, to go to get a job. The challenge we have today, politics is no longer service. It seems like a job. And because it's a job, not even a job with responsibility, but how do I get? That's why people are crying, even committing suicide, because they lost. Otherwise, if you lost, this is a cast what you knew were 7 on one position. If one of them went through, you knew that one will be chosen, the other will not be chosen. If it was just a game like Kiprotic tried so many times and didn't work, but at the end of the day, he kept coming. I think that's a good question. Many politicians, many cadres are just coming for positions, for honor, for money, not for service. If that was the case, people would have. But of course, let me say this: even the electorate is also deceived. It's bewitched. People will leave somebody who worked for them. I saw that in Bamunandika just recently. Muyingo lost. Okay, Honorable Muyingo worked for Bamunandika so well, but somebody, the electorate brought somebody who doesn't, even at this time, has not done anything. So both the electorate, but also the cadres, I think it's a responsibility in this next 5 times, because Timothy, the next 5 years of Uganda, this Chisanja, for our Mzee Museveni, it's not his term or somebody's term. It's a term to thrust us in destruction or in building a nation, because this is one of the terms he has to teach his cadres, to graduate his cadres, to even people from political whatever, to make sure that the Uganda, the way we behave in the next 5 years that we are starting soon in May, will determine the next 40 years of enjoyment, the Vision 40 now of Vision 60 to 2060, or to be the damnation of Libya. But if we don't want to do that, we have to educate our people, be responsible people. Like Jesus, the reason why Jesus' movement is still here, do you know why? He never had gone a gun, but he's a man who fed the people, who healed the people. People just need to see you helping their needs.
Thank you very much. When we come back, we'll be talking about some of the reports that we received, especially from the observers, but also the internet shutdown and what the future of this country will look like in the next 5 years, because come May, the new government starts then. This and more after this break.
Welcome home to entertainment, to Wi-Fi everywhere, to high-speed internet, to security, to first-class support, to convenience. Welcome home to MTN WakaNet, superior internet for every home. Visit www.mtn.co.ug/WakaNet. Welcome home. Together, we are unstoppable.
Special announcement. The Nrm Secretariat wishes to sincerely appreciate all Ugandans for re-electing President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and majority of Nrm parliamentary flag bearers in the recent concluded elections to lead the country for the next 5 years. As we continue to celebrate the attained victory, the Nrm Secretariat also wishes to remind all Ugandans and the general public that elections for the district chairpersons, Kampala Lord Mayor, mayors and councillors will take place on Thursday, the 22nd of January 2026, while voting for the municipality, city division chairpersons and councillors will be held on the 27th of January 2026 across the country. Let us stand up and vote to assert our choices as we protect our gains. Long live President Museveni. Long live NRM. This message is brought to you by the NRM Secretariat.
I'm Dr. Rosemary Nansubuga Seninde, Director for Mobilization, NRM Party. Fellow Ugandans, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the NRM fraternity, we thank you most heartedly for voting wisely for President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and all the NRM flag bearers. I wish to thank all the mobilizers with whom we have mobilized for the party. The success is for all of us. Thank you very much. I would like to remind you, the remaining elections will be as follows. On the 22nd January, we shall be voting for LC5 chairpersons, city mayors and councillors. On the 27th January, municipality mayors and councillors. And on the 4th of January, LC3 chairpersons and councillors. Remember to vote for NRM flag bearers who will be able to work with President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to protect the gains. May God bless President Yoweri Museveni. May God bless all of us. May God bless Uganda, for God and my country.
The government's mandate is to maintain law and order, safeguard citizens' rights, and provide essential public services.
Remember, one of the pillars of a roadmap is innovation and entrepreneurship.
There has been this question of how are you protecting our indigenous seed?
It's going to be a tall project that answers somebody's question.
For the past 20 weeks, the front bench has brought you insightful discussions on governance, security, healthcare, justice, and commerce.
When you go through this complicated procedure, involve the lawyers, you bring the case against him, the judge will hear you out and pass judgment, and you're out of court in record time.
We remain committed to keeping you informed and engaged on key national matters.
So these are huge, these are powerful organizations which now Uganda chairs. Why don't you come together?
If we haven't migrated to the e-card because of various reasons, including that not all the people of Uganda have smartphones.
You can sit in your house, apply for a passport. If you have a Ugandan who has a successful logistics firm in the US, it means he can come to Uganda and do a lot more.
Now airing every Monday at 8:30 p.m. with me, Jethro Kasaiji, your interface with the government only on your public broadcaster, UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
Welcome back from that quick commercial break here on Behind the Headlines. I'm joined by Apostle Bunjo. I'm joined by Honorable Mukasambide, the old man of the clan, Mr. Andrew Mwenda, Honorable Okwalinga Simon Opolot, and the Honorable Dr. Rosemary Seninde. And we're discussing the post-election, the pre, during, and the post. Now we'll be featuring on 3 subject matters. 1 is the internet. 2, we'll be also spreading our wings to discuss the Observer reports. But the biggest area where we'll spend most of our time is the dissecting of what the next 5 years look like, especially some of the things that Andrew said on a podcast somewhere. Let me start with the Honorable Mbide. Honorable Mbide, the internet was shut down and continues to partially be shut down. As we speak, some of the social media, you cannot get there. X, WhatsApp also has a bit of difficulty there. And government is justifying this by saying they're trying to curb misinformation. Is this justifiable? But also, there's another thing that was said by the executive director of UCC when he was doing the partial lockdown on the internet, when he said that if you continue to send misinformation, UCC will send malware to your phone. Is this legal? And what mandate gives government to lock down a public service like this?
First of all, I have personally been incited by the submission by the old man. It has been with outright clarity. What we need to describe to our population is the fact that what is happening are not mistakes by government. When you are considering the cause and effect principle, this is a choreographed procedure that intends to deliver a delusional belief by the population in a democracy, while at the same time it curtails it in a very clever manner. For example, I remember I came here and some time ago spoke to the population here. I told them, here in Uganda, we don't have a democracy. What we have are processes that have been cleverly choreographed to give a semblance of a democracy, because they are democratic tendencies maintained by government, while at the same time establishing authoritarian rule that has the capacity to maintain it in power. We hold periodic elections, while the quality of such election is really cannot guarantee a free and fair result. That is called a democradula, or a dictablanda, where dicta, of course, now is developed from a dictatorship, and the blanda is a soft. Blanda refers to soft. These are processes that have been described over time.
So if we don't have Honorable Mbide, if we don't have an election, as also Andrew mentioned about it,
yes,
that almost the result is predetermined,
yes,
what is the alternative?
Incidentally, for me now, my fundamental belief is that of good governance, where good governance is determined in accordance to results. Because for me, I believe Africa cannot deliver a substantially free and fair election, because leaderships are inclined to maintain each other in power. To that end, it is foolhardy for anybody to expect them to deliver a democratic process that is believable. So for me, if you asked me, I belong to a political party, but at the subconscious level of my brain, I don't believe in parties. That is number one. I participate in democratic tendencies, but I find them Sisyphean and completely enigmatic for me to understand. That a result of an election determines the next leadership. For me, considering what we call the low relative political maturity of the masses, I find them incapable of taking a decision on the next governance. Completely incapable. For example, for me, I have never won an election where voters are below senior 6 or its equivalent. I've always won an election wherever voters are above senior 6. Right from the time when I was guild president, I have won the East African Legislative Assembly parliamentary race twice for 10 years. I have been elected vice president of DP in a delegates conference of majority, senior 6 and above, unopposed almost 4 times. But when it comes to the Wazoks and the Palokas taking a vote, I have not won. So for me, I believe it is definitely foolhardy for me to expect them, because now, what is the legislative agenda for Uganda? Vis-a-vis what is happening in the whole world, for example. I was looking at what Elon Musk discussed in the Saudi Investment Forum. For him, between the period of 10 to 20 years, money will be optional, work will be optional, all work is going to be robotized, and now we must now be in a position to legislate on the cost of AI. How many of those MPs are going to take a decision of that nature? The job apocalypse that is going to befall Uganda, how many of those are going to legislate? So for me, government has been given both the knife and the yam. It is up to them now to take a decision on the future of Uganda. The population cannot do that. So me, if you asked for my honest views, government is doing what it has to do in order to stay in power. They don't stifle freedoms, but they curtail them. They don't establish visible fanfaronnades, gasconades, blockades against freedoms, but they do it in such a way that it is not visible, but it happens anyway. They will allow you free speech without the forum on which you are going to air out your freedoms. For example, during the election period, it is very unlikely that opposition sentiments will find their way in much of the media houses. Either directly or indirectly, somehow, all media houses adopt a principle of fear is life. Now that means clearly opposition sentiments will not find themselves on the media house platforms. The resultant effect, therefore, for me, I begin to look at good governance. I want a situation where brilliant minds like Papa Andrew Mwenda can find themselves in positions of leadership. He cannot subject himself to that vote by the Palokas. They will never understand him, first of all, and he will find himself almost incited into using extra measures in order for him to win. The pastor here will not find. When you listen to Madame Seninde, you find that she almost really requires, it is a requirement that she should have to be in parliament, for example, to legislate for future, for posterity of Uganda. There is going to be a problem. And I think government now has the way forward to give in terms of what Uganda, they have managed to stay for long. As to whether or not they will manage to have delivered Uganda into a better status tomorrow, it is still incumbent upon them. Today, the President of the Republic of Uganda has campaigned. And we had, you remember we were here, and I told the opposition that, first of all, this is going to be a different election, because in this one, the President is going to participate. 2021, he never participated. He was hiding and dodging COVID. So he definitely never participated that much. He was doing what he calls a smart campaign, convene a population of 50 people, a congregation of 50 people per district. I address them, following SOPs, check for COVID for all of them. I mean, that was not a proper campaign. In this campaign, he has really campaigned. He campaigned and ran an issue-based campaign while the opposition, we were not unanimous on a message, first of all. We were not unanimous on whether he must go. We were even not unanimous on which president should actually be voted for. Now, in that kind of enigmatic behavior, which population would know what to do? And that is what happened. When you asked, for example, for me, the reason why, for example, in the Democratic Party, and this is the democradula I am talking about, that it is authoritarian rule established where, for example, instead of forcible curtailment of freedoms, the government adopts, it is authoritarian, but it adopts mechanisms of dialogue, indirectly, in order to, for purposes that they can remove opposition centrifugal forces. What was the resultant effect? Parties like mine, for example, we, the top leadership, looked for President Museveni's votes, meaning we were not unanimous on his departure as the opposition. We were not unanimous. Two, we were not unanimous on which president should replace him. You cannot ask me that this man should go. Who must replace him? Any of these ones. I think for me that one looks like guesswork. We ought to have been unanimous. In a situation of that nature, which is outright confusion, the President of the Republic of Uganda becomes again the best choice for anybody without civic education. He just seems the fulcrum of stability, and that's it. We must find a way of having a Uganda that is better for us and even for those yet unborn. The role that government has is to create the best country tomorrow. Those that are involved in the innermost sanctums of state power need to tell the president it is now his role to create a Uganda that he fought for. He has now been given back 1986. That's it. This is 1986 for him. He must now take a decision because there is no opposition sentiment that is believable. NUP, which would have been the leading opposition political outfit, for example, is itself guided by this kind of pontification and panjandram, gladiatorial circus. And that cannot generate an alternative for a government that has stayed for 40 years, has established fundamental freedoms. At least there is absence of war that is believable, where there have been all attempts to bring war to our doorsteps.
But Honorable Mbide, so, you say that the president is the fulcrum right now.
Right now.
5 years from now, 2031, he will be 86 years old.
Yes.
What does that leave the country looking like?
No, for me, I am happy you invited even the man of God. Because clearly now we need even the intervention of God. The participation in terms of governance is not necessarily going to depend on those that the people have elected. It is impossible. Because those that have been elected are now living a life in such a way that they are extremely happy, and of course they are going to be in a learning environment. And yet problems of a country vis-a-vis the whole world order cannot wait. The bishop knows that Jesus left disciples, we have bishops, we have sheikhs. Incidentally, I've never seen a bishop on behalf of Satan, but he has followers. So in my opinion, I don't know. He will have, we need prayers. Because even Satan has followers and he has a message. I remember in one of the, in the Bible, there was a time when he wanted to hand over land titles of a city to Jesus in the event that he accepted to eat. But at the same time, Jesus owned the whole world. So if somebody wants to give you titles of the world that you actually own, you find that he has a mouthful of what to say, but which is a complete nuisance. Government has a role to play in terms of going forward. What has happened is not a mistake. It was choreographed. It is a result. Let now government deal with this result, at least for posterity.
So where does this leave the opposition?
Where is the opposition? Because it is generally merely by nomenclature. It doesn't exist. Except you would tell me that we have got alternative opinions. When you listen to the opinions of Andrew Mwenda, you think he's actually the leader of opposition. Because those are the views that we ought to have.
He has a noob card.
I am the president of Noob. But Bob Wine and Joel Senyonyi stole my votes. After they rigged me out, also Museveni rigged them out, which was payback time.
Were your votes 2.7 million?
No, mine were more than that, 20 million.
Yes, lastly, Honorable.
So we need to first of all reconfigure our own selves. We are dealing with the relative political maturity of the masses. So they can't definitely have a decision to make. Who must be the directing mind and the will of the next status of affairs?
Okay.
It must not be the leaders where the population know what to do. But because the population are completely unaware, they do not know how to adapt themselves to a changing state of affairs. It is now going to be cadre-based to determine a direction for Uganda.
Thank you. Let me come to Andrew. Andrew, I hope that in the future we can have a conversation about Uganda Airlines. I've seen some of the things you've said about it. I hope you can come back to have that conversation. But in the very seat you were in, you mentioned something that we all had avoided, that 2021, the number of people that had avoided the elections were about 8 million. You gave a percentage to it, and those are the ones you'd ask the opposition to focus on. But on your podcast, you went on to talk about control, security, you added General Saleh, you added General Muhoozi, and you talked about the transition, what it looks like. When you look through your crystal ball and look at Uganda these next 5 years, with our president also 81 turning 86 in 2031, what does Uganda look like?
First of all, I should tell you, I have a very depressing view of Uganda, in which case I could be blind to many things that the government of Uganda is able to do, which I would be happy about. But this is my experience. According to, Uganda has developed something called NDP4, National Development Plan 4, which goes up to 2040. So the projection is that we should increase our economy tenfold. I will use IMF figures. Uganda government has its own figures, IMF has its own figures, but I like to use one standard which I follow very closely. The IMF says Uganda's GDP rate now is about 64.6 billion. Let me say 65 billion. So our plan is to grow the economy in the next 15 years to 650 billion. Right now, to grow that economy to that level, you need huge investment in infrastructure. Let me begin with transport infrastructure. You need roads, highways, railways, water ports, like they want to do at Bukasa and the Port Bell. Because an economy of 640 billion would be bringing huge volumes of cargo and taking huge volumes of cargo out. Now, so that is one. You need to invest huge amounts of money in huge projects to build 6 to 8 lane highways to the coast. That standard gauge railway, they have to do it. Then you have to build a big port, move a lot of cargo into the sea. Point one. The second, you need huge volumes of power to drive your factories and a growing middle class and a growing industrial base, your manufacturing. Then, of course, you need a huge infrastructure for your ICT. So, let us look at our good Uganda. Right now, to move from Kampala along a Jinja Road to Jinja, from Jinja to Iganga, to the border either in Malaba or Busia, is a nightmare. The road in Mavera Forest is broken. There is, of course, a diversion in Mukono you can take, which is, what do they call that road?
Kayunga.
No, Katosi Road. But the ability of government of Uganda to launch and complete these major infrastructure projects is characterized by apathy, indifference, incompetence, corruption, foot dragging, and false compliance. In 2015, I chaired the investor conference on the Jinja-Kampala Expressway. The projection then was that construction would begin 3 years later, 2018, and end 4 years later, 2022. We're in 2026, they have not even hired a company to do that road. So that's why it takes you 3 years to move from here to Busia. Government of Uganda, when it comes to building dams, whether you take Bujagali, Karuma, and now we have Ayago, it can take on average 20 years between doing feasibility studies, contracting, getting bids and tenders, and then negotiating contracts, commencement of construction, and completion. It takes a minimum, let me say, of 15 years. Uganda right now has total installed energy capacity of about 2,047 megawatts. Of that, only 1,500 is effective supply. If you switch on everything, it can give you only that. And peak demand is about 1,350, which keeps growing at an average annual average rate of 13%. So by the end of this year, we will not have electricity. We shall be entering load shedding. Leave the problems of transmission and distribution and the losses you suffer along the way. This country is running out of electricity rapidly. How does anyone expect these things to function? Now, for me, in that podcast, I was recommending that what Museveni needs is to get government to function. But Museveni has suffered three things. First of all, him as an individual is physically and intellectually exhausted. It comes with age. He has been in power for 40 years. The amount of load he has put on himself has broken him. He's a broken man. And anyone who thinks that this is Museveni of 1990, 2000 to drive things is not that. Is not there. Two, by his very nature, is a very patient man. He calls strategic patience, but what he calls strategic patience has become inaction. That's why I was telling you there is a problem with Uganda Airlines. I'll give you an example. On voting day, Uganda Airlines flew from London, Gatwick to Entebbe. It had 11 crew and 10 passengers. It cost us, that plane is an Airbus A330, is 800. It costs us $16,000 per hour when it's flying. Since it's 9.5 hours, let me say 10, to London, that's 160,000. You have only 10 passengers in economy. Even if you assume that each passenger bought that economy class ticket at 800, that's $8,000. You're burning $160,000 to carry. 8,000. There are more crew on the plane, pilots and crew, than passengers. Why are people boycotting this airline? In any other country and any other situation, a public-owned enterprise in Uganda Airlines, a president would have taken action. Where is President Yoweri Museveni on Uganda Airlines? On the 9th of January, Uganda Airlines flew from London Gatwick to Entebbe. 9th January. It had 21 passengers. On 12th of January, it flew from Dubai to Entebbe with 10 passengers. People are boycotting the airline. What is the response to this loss of confidence in the airline? They were having delays of how many hours? Days. In London, 3 days. Dubai, 2 days. Lagos, a whole week. So, a president who's acting, and remember, we give a subsidy to Uganda Airlines of 120 billion a year. That notwithstanding, as I speak right now, Uganda Airlines owes its suppliers $80 million, but that's a hidden subsidy. You owe Civil Aviation Authority, you owe everybody else who supplies you. In fact, twice or three times, many times, not once, twice. We have, there is a time we are trying to overfly Eritrea. They said, but you have not paid your overflight fees. They turned the plane. People were going to Dubai. They found themselves here into the landing. You know, from here to fly over Eritrea is halfway to Dubai. So it takes 5.5 or 6 hours to reach Dubai. They found themselves at Entebbe. They thought they had arrived in Dubai. Another time, the Prime Minister of Uganda was going to Tanzania. Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority stopped Uganda Airlines midway. It said, you have not paid your landing and overflight fees for so long. Turn the plane. Uganda government had to call Tanzania and beg and say, please allow us, we'll try to find the money. So you are giving 30 billion every quarter. That's 120 billion a year to an airline. Then it has debts of $80 million it cannot pay. So that's about 300 billion. 300 billion plus 420 billion in a year. And then you have 5 passengers. The losses are growing at an astronomical rate. And a president is not taking action. That is the Museveni you're going to have for the next 5 years, I can tell you. And if you have Museveni acting like that, it's a disaster. Now, may I have my solution? People may say, I declare conflict of interest. General Muhoozi Kainerugaba is a personal friend to me. But for him, he is different in the sense that he believes in quick, decisive action on things. If it was if he had his way, Uganda Airlines would be streamlined by now. People would have gone to jail, others would have been thrown out, and better people would have been replaced within a short time. And I'll give you a practical example. Next year we are hosting with Kenya and Tanzania CAF, Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, Africa Cup of Nations. We are supposed to build stadiums. I went with him to Kigali. They have built a marvelous stadium at Amahoro and an arena next to Amahoro. And yes, President Kagame, who did this? He said Sumu. He brought those people here. I'm the one who took them to State House to meet the president. In less than a year, there is a world-class stadium. You can find it in very few countries in Africa. You might go there and see it. Because Museveni has allowed state action to degenerate into bureaucratic wrangling, bureaucratic procedures that are meaningless, archaic, and arcane. You see? So you need a person who can act on his behalf. Now let me tell you, I understand. Remember, although I'm an outsider to the power structure in Uganda, I'm also an insider. So I'm an outside insider to the system. So I am able to be outside, but I can be an outsider seeing it from within. The system is so captured and held hostage by different powerful factions. You can get the best manager for Uganda Airlines or for anything to run the government. People will maneuver at State House to talk ill about that person, undermine them, sabotage them, obstruct them. That CEO or that head of a government institution or minister has limited access to the president. The people who have the ear to the president will tell him a mountain of lies. So this person either will be crippled from working or will be fired or whatever it is. Let me tell you, if you want government to work, get a leader of government business called Muhoozi Kainerugaba as Prime Minister and leader of government business with full power to act. Who is going to Museveni to tell lies about Muhoozi? In a way, he can go and counter the lie the next day because he has access. Access means a lot. He will grab many of these Ugandans who have been playing around. These borders will very, very high. You will have this city cleaned. We will have the mess resolved, government working. Now, of course, people say, you see now, Mwenda, we are supposed to wrote an article opposing family rule. Now, yes, I am a realist. You can bring the best human being, and I will tell you he will not succeed. Not because he doesn't have the skills. He does not have the necessary political weight to tilt the balance of political action or the balance of politics into effective state action. You can't do that. You have to be realistic. You ask me, Prime Minister Muhoozi Kainerugaba, lead of government business, and he will have a program what we call performance-based management. Your Minister of Internal Affairs, these are your targets. Your Minister of this, and this is the result I want. Anything else, I don't want to hear it, you are fired. You steal things, you go to jail. And you will not tolerate all this kind of nonsense. Now, Museveni may not heed my advice, but it is the best thing that can rescue him because Museveni has been given huge political capital. He must spend it. And if I was Museveni, I would be really worried. Because, why would I be worried? One, I'm conscious of the fact that, you see, I'll give you an example. Acholi region, in 2021, Museveni got 55%. Now he got 81. Western Nile, he got 64. Now he has 77. Lango, he had 62. Now he has 81. Everywhere you read, Museveni's performance has gone very, very high, right? So, but voter turnout was very, very low. In fact, these high margins of Museveni are a reflection of the weakness of Bobi Wine across the whole country, except in Buganda and Busoga. That is one. But also, which implies the second thing, that there was a lot of ticking from Museveni. So although he has huge political capital which he can spend now, and if he does not get somebody to run government. And please, President Nrm Liberation, listen to this old man of the clan. Please don't appoint anybody. There is no Ugandan I know who can run a government for you. People, you know your system. You don't maybe know your system, your own system, but you're an old man. People will manipulate things that person will not perform. Just get them who's there. And don't be shy about having your son as prime minister to run the government. Don't be shy. Just be tough, because you've been given a huge mandate. Do utilize it. You have been given political capital, spend it. You should spend it because of another thing. Only about 40 to 45% of Ugandans showed up to vote. It tells you that anything between 60 to 55% of Ugandans didn't vote anyway. What are their feelings? These are the people that need to be brought back into the political fold. Uganda need to be brought back to believe. One of the reasons people are not voting, few people believe that politics is the vehicle for progressive improvement of the country. If you live in Uganda, you know it doesn't. And if M7 has also one, it's because of PDM. You know, PDM, you get 1 million, give it to somebody, every village you're pushing their money. I mean, you cannot drive a system purely on such bribes. You need to build a system on faith. You know why Jesus, he died 2,000 years ago. He had 12 followers only. By the time he was hanged or crucified, all of them had forsaken him, including Peter. Before the cock crowed 3 times, the guy had denied him. So he had no follower at the point of his death. Now he has billions. Why? Because people have a faith that when I go to Jesus, my sins will be washed away and I will go to heaven. You see, there must be a faith Museveni gives. It cannot be because you gave me $1 million. People must have some ideological faith, and to rebuild that faith in the state and its politics and the government as a theater for progressive improvement of people's lives. We have to begin, when you're building your house, you begin where visitors come. You begin with the city here, and you begin spreading into the country. If Kampala is the most difficult thing to improve, the day we succeed in improving Kampala, this country will be fixed. Because it will be easier now to go to Fort Portland elsewhere where there is less concentrated resistance and achieve great results. So that is, if you ask me what I see, we have huge potential in the event that Moses is Prime Minister. We have very little potential if that doesn't happen. Maybe they bring, I don't know who, it is him. I don't see anybody who has the energy, the zest, and the forcefulness to crack a couple of limbs and skulls to get things to work in Uganda. This country needs an imposition of a particular discipline for it to get out of its abyss.
Thank you. Honorable Kwalinga, I have seen you listening to Andrew and Honorable Mbide.
And he has read so many things.
You're already part of, and you respond to some of the things he has mentioned, you're already part of the 12th Parliament here as MP-elect.
Yes.
The 11th Parliament was mad with scandal after scandal, with an exhibition there. The performance was there. What does the 12th Parliament look like, especially now that we already see the numbers that have come in, with the NRM having about 355 members of Parliament, Independent 63, National Unity Platform 50, and the National Unity Platform has dropped from 57 to 50. What does that composition look like, and what legislation do you foresee?
But Timothy, before I go to respond on that question, there is one thing that I needed to highlight that the grandfather Andrew mentioned. First of all, there was, and as far as I'm concerned, there was no ballot ticking for President Yoweri Museveni or candidate Museveni, in my area at least. He won his vote genuinely. He got 85% in my area, and it was a genuine vote.
What was it in 2021?
It was around 60.
So the jump of 20% that is there?
Yes.
That's where Andrew is saying the 10 and the 10 could have been...
Not real, because you realize that there have been so many achievements in this period. My place, for example, didn't have tarmac. Now we have tarmac. There was an issue of PDM, which never existed. A program that directly puts money to the pockets of people. It has solved unemployment among the youth. We used to have a high rate of unemployment. Then there are skilling programs that were put in place.
Honorable, what was the percentage of unemployment? What has been the percentage of impact of PDM in your area?
In my area, we used to have, first of all, there was a group of youth that dropped out of school. It was high. They didn't have any kind of initiatives or capital to do anything in terms of economic development. To specifically answer your question, we used to have around 70% among school dropouts for unemployment. But today, with the PDM, we have less than 30%. One, there has been money given to them, and Teso people mainly depend on agriculture and rearing. So this is what they're involved now. So first of all, that we need to dispel, that there was no ticking, ballot ticking for President Museveni. It was a genuine win in Teso, as far as I'm concerned. There is one thing that we need to know. There was some time back in the Greek culture, there was a Pythagorean theory that was developed. It is ability to unite the opposites. I think President Museveni is very good at that. And this is what has been happening. Honorable Bide mentioned that all of them, even those in opposition, were busy campaigning for President Museveni. Some of them concentrated on campaigning for President Museveni than themselves. I saw in my area the FDC president. I don't remember him mentioning FDC party. He kept talking about President Museveni, that he was the one going to demand and ask him to bring the cows. He didn't have his own program. The issue of cattle compensation, for example. Yeah. He kept saying that he's the only person who is capable of going to remind the president. So by that time, you already knew it was President Museveni going to be the president of Uganda, not Nandala Mafabi. So you see such. So to come to the issue that you asked me about the 11th parliament, first, I may not dwell into because there